Well, hello, everybody. We are back. Welcome in to whoever's here. We are going to cover Until the Presser today, 1 p.m. Eastern. Hey, Marie, sweetie, thank you for being here. Thank you, honey bunny. We're a little early today just because, wow, yesterday I left my baby's army. Welcome in, ladies. I think Donna just popped in a few comments and had to go, but if you're here, Donna, thank you for being here. My baby's army, Marie Curie. Hopefully we get some of our typical viewers coming in a little bit early because I wanted to, well, last night, I mean, this case, first of all, is crazy. And I'm sure you heard the latest. And I thank you to you, beautiful mods, for being here. Couldn't do this without you. I truly appreciate you. I sent y'all an email yesterday. I don't know if you got it, a little like totally not related to this case, but did you see it? Did you get it? Hopefully, I don't know. I don't want to say anything about it, but I'm just constantly shocked in this world of people about people. Anyway, we are going to cover Nancy Guthrie. We left yesterday's live. Oh, you are listening, honey. Thank you. I'm in the waiting room listening. Okay. Can't do the cell phone either anymore. I had to disconnect StreamYard because it's just $49 a month to be able to, do 2 channels or vertical and whatever. It's just something I can't afford right now. So, yeah, were you surprised, my baby's army? Were you shocked? So we're going to watch Nancy Guthrie today. We're going to watch the updates. Like last night, yesterday afternoon, we left our live and I just sat and I created like all these, streams. This is what's crazy about YouTube. I spent hours. Yeah, I don't know, honey. StreamYard and YouTube have been really weird these last few days, but I created all these emails, an email, and this is what I do. I sit and I watch, and then I send myself a link to what I want to cover. And you should see my email. Just like literally last night, I'd have to go through and count them, 30 videos that I was trying to narrow down. And by this morning, they had all changed because Savannah Guthrie, and her siblings released a please show proof of life statement. Did y'all see that? We're going to start with that because that is absolutely heartbreaking. Using my spidey sense yesterday, I said, I have a feeling this is going to blow up today. And I'm sad to say that my feeling was correct. Let's watch this horrible plea that they make. I know there's a lot of comments and have been a lot of comments about some of the other, what appears to be some people that don't look nearly as heartbroken but surprised too. I know it's absolutely tragic. It's absolutely tragic. So let's watch this again. This is CBS News Today host Savannah Guthrie posts plea for her mother's return on social media. It happened, late last night, 8, 9 o'clock Eastern. Later for sure. So let's watch this. It's like, I don't know, man. It's about as devastating as it gets.
On behalf of our family, we want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them, and we continue to believe that she feels them too. Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light. She's funny, spunky, and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
The light is missing from our lives. Nancy is our mother. We are her children. She is our beacon. She holds fast to joy in all of life's circumstances. She chooses joy day after day. Despite having already passed through great trials of pain and grief, we are always going to be merely human, just normal human people who need our mom. Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home. We miss you.
Our mom is our heart and our home. She is 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please reach out to us. Mommy, if you are hearing this, you are a strong woman. You are God's precious daughter, Nancy. We believe and know that even in this valley, He is with you. Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again. We speak to you every moment, and we pray without ceasing, and we rejoice in advance for the day that we hold you in our arms again. We love you, Mom.
Love you, Mom.
We love you, Mom. Stay strong.
We love you, Mom. We love you.
I don't know. What do y'all think? I mean, it's devastating. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine. Carp Diem, you commented on psychopath. Who do you think the psychopath is? Who do you think the psychopath is? The person that took, allegedly, Nancy Guthrie? Let's watch some more, because this case is something else. I don't know in true crime how many times we're going to witness somebody, a celebrity, going live like that. Yeah, I know, honey. Yeah. Well, the sun sounded shocking too. Now, was that deliberate? But to go back to what I was saying, this just dropped an hour ago. So let's watch this. But to go back to what I was saying, yeah, nobody else is talking about it. It's obvious. Everybody's thinking it. Was this a deliberate police tactic? Because we're going to watch a bunch of videos today, and it's going to be a live stream, because I know everybody else is going to wait to the presser, start just before the presser, and then talk about the presser after. And I'm thinking the presser we're going to talk about, but I how much are they going to give us that we're going to continue to talk about? It really remains to be seen. I think, unless they've reached out and heard from the ransom people, assuming this letter is correct, you know, we're going to be around for the presser and not very much longer unless there's some outstanding updates. But I think everybody is feeling what we're saying here in the chat. I don't want to say it myself, but everybody's wondering. And so was this politically, was this the plot, the plan? Was this a collaboration? Because all the professionals seem to think that this did not go out without FBI. Kash Patel's on his way of going out there today. Trump has released a statement to give them as much support as needed. Was this an FBI coordinated statement? Was there a reason that the other two were made to look, unaffected emotionally? Were they intending on that? I'm not sure. But let's listen to Brian Etten. This just, like I said, just came out. You can tell he's filming this in the dark late at night, and it just came out minutes, like 2 hours ago, I guess, this morning, minutes before I posted for this live. Let's watch.
Not my show. I really, really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. I really appreciate all the support. There's been a ton of developments over the last 12 hours or so in the Nancy Guthrie investigation. Nancy Guthrie, of course, is missing from her home behind me. She is Savannah Guthrie's daughter, and Savannah Guthrie put out this just really emotional and sad video message about her mom, about the situation, and also pleading to whoever allegedly abducted her mom, and even saying that they're willing to talk to that person in light of these ransom notes that we have heard about. And I'm going to get to that more in a second. I'm going to play you what Savannah said. I'm also going to talk to a retired FBI agent about what all of this means, about what's happening behind the scenes. There are a lot of indications, obviously, that Savannah Guthrie and her family are sort of coordinating with law enforcement in terms of releasing this video. And I'll tell you something else I learned about that a little later in this episode that indicates that that is the case. And so I'll get to that in a second. But first, I want to talk about what happened outside Nancy Guthrie's house, because this was really interesting. I've been out here for days. Police took the crime scene tape down. They were gone. There was no one out here for a while. And then there was private security hired by the family just to keep an eye on the house. Well, then all of a sudden, yesterday, which would have been, get my days mixed up, yesterday would have been Wednesday, all of a sudden around like 4 o'clock or so local time, all of these sheriff's office pickup trucks and evidence units came down the road, really out of nowhere, went into the yard, and they set up a full crime scene at Nancy Guthrie's house yet again.
I mean, we saw this in the Emmanuel Harrow case, remember? We saw people trespassing all over the crime scene. Like, it was just an SHI show, T show. So did they miss something when they went back last night? Because Brian reported, like, I posted the posts. What time did I post? Like an hour after he posted, I posted a post on our page. Brian Etten says they come back, they put the tape up, they've collected evidence, they took evidence out, they were in the garage. What prompted that? Was that something from the ransom net letter that they're trying to verify? Did they miss something? And they brought the dogs in, you're going to see, and they were searching in the front area here, as you can see from this video footage, collected evidence and took things from the garage of interest and then left. So would they, there's so many questions. If they entered from the back or they fled from the back, was she in the garage? Like, how did this go down? Was there two people? Was there somebody that went in the front? Somebody broke in the back? Or did she try to get away? Did they carry her out the back? Because they're in the garage. So how did the blood, if they think that the car pulled into the garage to take her out, well, that's interesting, isn't it? Then how did the blood get to the front step? Did they come in the back door? She tried to run away. They caught her at the front door, brought her back inside, put her in the garage. I don't know. Ashley Banfield reported that the back door was left open. Brian Etten showed us the blood there a few days ago, and that the facts that the camera and the ring camera on the front was removed, and apparently the one in the back also removed and potentially smashed, is just wild. But if one was smashed and one was removed, I think the FBI wanted to do more. Yeah, I agree that the FBI wants to do more, particularly considering her notoriety. But I also believe that this is my spidey sense, that they do believe this to be authentic. We'll listen to Nancy Grace too. Nancy Grace said, look at, they clearly said whether there was 1 or 2 notes. They knew what she was wearing and that they could prove there was damage to whatever was done in the house. And then we hear them plead. So to me, they would have had to substantiate one of those 2 things before they decide to go on air and plea for the kidnappers rather, to come and let her out, proof of life, right? That's just my spidey sense. I'm not a professional, clearly, but other professionals, and we have differing opinions from various professionals too. So nobody really knows except hopefully the FBI, obviously. But the fact that they went back to the crime scene, it just reminds me of the Harrow case where, people were trampling all over it. It was felt like it was done too quickly. Not trying to criticize law enforcement. Potentially they went back there because of something that the kidnapper said, right? We don't know.
And we're going in and out of the house. I want to show you, this is drone video. Shout out to my cameraman, Mo. He got his drone up very, very quickly, and we were able to see what was going on. And you can see they cordoned off the front of the house. They had the caution tape, the crime scene tape out very, very quickly. You could see the evidence trucks and the technicians that were out here with law enforcement. There was also a canine out here. They were searching around the house. We saw them out in the brush. There's a lot of cactus. It's rugged terrain here around Nancy Guthrie's house. And then perhaps they were all over the house. And then what was most interesting is they really seemed to be focused in on the garage. And Mo was able to get this shot of the garage with his drone. They were going in and out of the garage. They had evidence bags that they were packing up. Again, the garage seemed to be sort of a focal point. And then really within 2 hours, they closed the garage. They took the crime scene tape down and they were gone.
I wonder if there was blood in the garage. Just saying, Interesting.
Talk to my guest in a minute, retired FBI agent Steve Moore, about what may have been going on here. Like, why would they clear the crime scene days ago and then randomly show up and seem to do something very targeted, like a targeted search, because they were in and out so quickly. It was only 2 hours. So I'm going to ask Steve about that in a second. Something else interesting, just 10 minutes away from here, is where Nancy Guthrie's daughter, Annie, Savannah's sister, Annie Guthrie, lives. I was over there also today. And we saw FBI agents there yesterday. We saw other federal agents there today. And we were able to get video of them coming and going. And they had ICAC on their, that was like the acronym on their shirts, which is Internet Crimes Against Children, which, talking to some of my law enforcement sources, makes sense because that is a unit within the federal government that deals with kidnappings. They're very, very good at downloading data from phones. But what's interesting is when they went in, these federal agents with ICAC, I think they call them ICAC, they went in with a little tripod, I noticed, and a ring light, which now looking back,
Yeah.
makes sense in light of this Savannah Guthrie interview. They were likely assisting Savannah and her siblings in shooting this video and would be highly specialized in what would need to go into a video like this to appeal to a possible kidnapper. Let me play you what Savannah said and her sister said in the video. And then after that, I will get to retired FBI agent Steve Moore. We can kind of break down everything that happened, the search at the house, and then also this new Savannah Guthrie video.
I'm going to skip through this because probably every video out there is going to have the ransom built into it, or the plea to the ransom note for proof of life. But this is just so freaking sad.
That Savannah Guthrie video, first of all, I've been out here covering it for the last couple of days, and I get so focused on the investigation and sort of just the work mode of covering this that, of course, knew how sad it was. But just seeing that video reminded me, I just think about my mom and just what that must be like for her and her family right now. It's just terrible.
I can't even imagine it. When we've dealt with victim families in situations like that, the amount of pain, the amount of the ache, there's uncertainty. It's a special kind of torture. And out of that, you see some of the braver people, just go forward and do things like making that video, which I am sure was about the least desirable thing to do in the whole world.
Yeah, we were outside her sister's house earlier, which is about 10 minutes from where I am, where the mom lives, Nancy. But outside the sister's house, and we saw 2 federal agents go in with a ring light and with like a little phone tripod, which didn't click with me at the time. But now looking back, they were obviously helping her make the video. Do you think there was a lot of back and forth between her and her siblings and the FBI about what sort of message to put out?
I would think that's exactly the case. There is frequently among the family members, there are strong divisions. There can be strong divisions about the way to go forward. You know, I'm not going to do anything with a ransom. You know, and the other one saying, "Don't you care about?" You know, and the FBI ends up. I don't want to say refereeing, but certainly giving policy advice on this, because you know what we used to tell people in situations like this is the first, and God willing, this will be the last time you ever have to deal with this. But this is something we deal with many times a year. So we've been through this, and you probably should at least listen to us on what we think are favorable avenues to pursue.
Do you think this video, and when she said we want to talk, and then she talked about, you know, it's hard to verify videos these days with, I guess I'm assuming she was assuming to like AI, and do you think that she's already been sent some kind of evidence that that they don't think proves that this person actually has Nancy? Like, well, I guess what did you take away from the video in that?
Brian seems incredibly skeptical. I've picked up on that, of this ransom note having any legitimacy. What do you think? Tell me, what do you think in the chat? Do you think this is real or not? Just put real or not real in the chat, this ransom note. Do you think it's real or not real? And I also want to go to Ashley Banfield's reporting about the sister's husband. In fact, they're not married. I wasn't sure, but I don't think they're married. The sister's boyfriend or partner. Welcome in, YouTuber. Nice to see you. Everybody that's here, thank you for being here. I appreciate you all being here. Just do me a favor and just click the like. You don't think it's real, honey? You don't think it's real? Interesting. Not real. You don't think it's real either, eh? Interesting. Interesting. Not real. Interesting. Interesting. I feel it's real. You guys are interesting. Okay. Anybody think it's real, or is it just me? Am I the odd person out? Am I the oddball out? Anybody think it's real? Because you're so quiet. Not real. They took some days to send it. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So you think they were just, these crazy people took advantage of the situation? Donna, you think real? I think it's real. I do. But I mean, how do we know, right? We really don't know. But I think it's real. I don't think they would have put Savannah and the family through that, but that's just my thought. That's just my spidey sense. I absolutely could be wrong. What do you think of the sister's husband, boyfriend as a suspect? Do you think that's real? Just put sister, husband, real, not real, if you think he's the suspect. Like, do you believe Ashley Banfield's reporting that the sister's car has been towed and confiscated? Would leave it at the scene or send it right away? Yeah, absolutely could be. Yeah, absolutely could be. Sister's husband, real. Yeah, okay. Interesting. How weird would that be for her to know that they've taken her car and to be sitting there at that ransom recording? I don't know, man.
Way.
Well, what, you know, again, it's all the FBI at this point is playing their cards like a riverboat gambler. It's going to be right up against their chest. They are not going to let anybody read into what they're doing. It's possible that there are ransom notes out there that we don't even know about. The fact that ransom notes were sent to public places are the only reason that we know now.
I've also I think I've said this before, and I keep just reverting back to my old ways, but I'm trying not to put your comments up as much because, one, I want to focus more on the stream because it's so distracting for my ADHD, and two, for liability. And I'm not playing the comments in the replay lately either. So if you want to watch the comments, you have to be on the live, just so you know that I'm trying to protect the chat's liability in our lives as well, just FYI.
Outside of the FBI, that there were ransom notes. If ransom notes went directly to the family, the FBI is not going to put
as I put a note up,
put a press release on that. And so possible that there is another ransom note, but whichever ransom note this is, two things struck me. Number one, whoever did this provided enough information for them to have a reasonable belief that they had information, source information on the kidnapping, um, or just, grasping at straws. I tend to think they wouldn't have created this kind of video if they had no idea. The other thing is saying we're ready to talk, we're listening. Kind of doesn't sound like a ransom note where somebody said, put this much money on this Bitcoin via this site and do this, because they've already talked, and the kidnappers would not need to discuss the demands any further. But what they said very specifically is, we need proof of life. And that is why I think, one of the things that's bothersome is whoever did this, I think, didn't read enough books. This to me seems like somebody who's never seen this except in movies and novels, and they didn't read far enough to where they say, if you're going to bring somebody who's 84 years old and is life dependent upon her medications, you better bring those medications, because somebody eventually is going to want to have proof of life. So there's so much contradictory information going on, and I think that's what's really the confusing and disturbing part.
Yeah, it's been tricky to cover because there's been conflicting information that's even come out from the sheriff at times, and now
Yes.
the FBI seems more involved. I guess I'm still hung up on, and we just don't know, but do you think she was really kidnapped by a stranger? I mean, what does your gut tell you? Is this really a situation where some stranger took her and it's a ransom situation?
No, I don't think that's the case. And when I say I don't think these things, understand I'm saying think.
Right.
I'm just going with my professional experience, and I am not denying that it could be that way. However, if you were going to do a kidnapping and you had researched it, and you were going to every length you could to do a kidnapping, one of the phases that you would go through in the kidnapping is selecting the victim of the kidnapping and the person you are trying to extort money from. And Savannah Guthrie, though she's worth a lot of money, would not pop up on my radar as somebody who would be so well off that she could just pop $2 million of cash out of her checkbook. And so to me, she's not, Nancy was not a logical choice of a target, from the beginning, ab initio. However, in more kidnappings than not, in fact, I'm struggling to find a kidnapping that I've worked on where it wasn't somebody who saw a target of opportunity, an employee, a family friend, a high school classmate who realized that this kid I went to high school with, his dad's worth zillions. So why don't we do that? It's usually a target of opportunity. And so somebody in the family is aware of them and knows them. And frequently, the people who do this have been in the person's house, which would make it easier for them to case the place. And little things like if you come in, say hypothetically, there's a cleaning person who comes in. Well, 3 days before the kidnapping, you could leave a specific window unlocked. Although I think there was probably more of a violent entry in this one. But you see where I'm going with this. It seems to me like a target of opportunity with somebody who is related or tangentially related with the victim, even if not Savannah herself.
So is the FBI?
So, I mean, that's really interesting. So he is saying he, as an ex-FBI agent, excuse me, does not believe that they would have put this video out without evidence that there's got to be something to it. And I wonder too, also about the Olympic connection. I'm going to show you a video that Savannah did just a couple months ago that I found this morning that, I don't know, was it, I don't know, did this person see this video? Are they family inside and have nothing to do with the video? Let's watch and see.
Looking at everyone connected to Nancy right now that's been in the house, people that have worked for her, family members. I mean, and by the way, President Trump put out a tweet a little while ago saying that he is going to put all the resources of the federal government, whatever needs to be sent to Tucson is about to be sent, which I don't know if that was just a way of showing support or if that will actually help, if they actually need more resources. I'm not sure. But what do you think the FBI is doing behind the scenes?
There is so much going on, Ryan. You talked with Maureen the other day, and she's, as usual, pretty smart. And there are so many the sheriff says there's no suspects, there's no person of interest. Well, no, that's not true. It's like somebody searching for a house. You've moved into the neighborhood you want, or moved into the area you want to buy a house. The realtor is going to show you 5 or 6 homes. And if somebody says, have you chosen one? Oh no. Are you leaning towards one? Not really. But you might have 5 homes that you're really strongly looking at. It's the same way in cases like this. I would be surprised if there wasn't at least a dozen people that the FBI right now is sussing out. And what you always know when you're on these cases is 99% of these people that we're looking at will be innocent. One of them is the one who did it. So you expect to have dozens and dozens sometimes of suspects. And what helps is sending a team of 5 or 6 agents per. What helps is getting evidence back and forth to the lab. The FBI can literally helicopter something to the airport, have a jet waiting for it, and it'll be in Quantico in 4.5 hours. So the FBI has some amazing capabilities. And I think what the president was doing is offering those.
So
I agree. I think the president's offering help, but I'm also wondering if the FBI is going to take the lead. I'm not a detective, obviously. I'm not in law enforcement, so I don't know the logistics of how that would take place. But I think what I'm seeing is some concern that this is above this sheriff's ability to handle and lead this. Yes, YouTuber, the press release is going to be held in 2.5 hours. So we're doing a super deep dive live, like my title says, live breaking news updates, Nancy Guthrie deep dive and upcoming press release, because there was so much to go through and different opinions that I wanted to cover it up until the presser, and then we'll follow the presser and then leave. And I've got the presser already up and the link already up and waiting for us. You're welcome, honey. You're welcome. And thank you for being here. I think we're going to see the FBI take control over this. I do. That's just my sense. I think this sheriff is overwhelmed, rightfully so. He's not used to this kind of case, this kind of media attention, overwhelmed over his head. And we're talking about a public figure here and a news anchor. And not only are they going to not only have they admitted and said they're going to give support, and Kash Patel's on his way out there for today, which I believe, just come presser, who do you think is going to be on the podium first? Kash Patel is going to be on the podium first. It's not a coincidence. He's heading out there. He will be there at the presser today, in my opinion. He will be the first person to speak, in my opinion. And then he's going to let the sheriff and the other FBI agents talk. This is about, I think, making sure that this does not go south. And that they, because this looks bad. This is not a good look if we don't recover her alive. So, man offered a $100,000 towards reward. Oh, fantastic, Donna. Where'd you see that? You do all this sleuthing and detective work, but you never send me any of your findings. so I can run with them. I'd love them if you could send them to me before the live. Where did you see that, honey? So let's watch this.
I've been out here for a couple of days. The crime scene tape was all taken down. At one point, there was no, even private security out here, and anybody could just walk up to the house. Then they had private security come back, but still no police presence. And then today, Steve, around 4 o'clock, suddenly all of these cops showed up, a ton of sheriff's deputies, the evidence response team. They cordoned off the whole house again with crime scene tape. And they opened the garage. We had our drone up so we could see they were going in and out of the garage, bringing out evidence bags. And they were here. It seemed like they knew what they were going after, because they showed up, they put the crime scene tape up. They were there for 2 hours. And then they were gone, and they left, and they took the crime scene tape down. Is that strange that they would be back?
Well, it's unusual that they would be back.
I can't look for it in the middle of a live, Donna. So if you can email it to me privately, that would be really amazing if you have it. If not, we'll just move on. But Yeah, thank you.
No, when you leave the house, you believe you have covered everything that you possibly can. You're not going to release it unless you come to that conclusion. However, if going down the investigative trail on one of these dozen people who you're looking at, I wouldn't call them persons of interest, but people who you need to eliminate as suspects, if you get something that sends you right back to the house, like a person hypothetically says, somebody left something here, they'll go right back to the house and see if that's true. I've seen that a couple times. You don't like to do that because you've already released the scene, and the stuff you find is going to be hard to keep in court.
Hang on a
because the scene
second.
is
Hang on a second. Is there room? Let's go back to this garage scene. Is there, because her car's still in it. I mean, yeah. Could they have fit another car in and drove it in? I think there's enough room there for another car to have gotten in there. What do you think? I think so. Now there's some looks like firewood burned, like those logs that are pre-burned logs sitting here. So but it's against the wall. I still think if it's not a super big car, because this is like an SUV, the Ford, I don't know what kind of Ford this is. It might be a Ford Tucson or something. I don't really know. This is obviously Nancy Guthrie's car. And yeah, could they have, obviously they think they came in and out of the garage, or something's in the garage. I think there's probably room to have put another car there. What do you think?
I've seen that a couple times. You don't like to do that because you've already released the scene, and the stuff you find is going to be hard to keep in court because the scene is assumed to be compromised. But if they stayed 2 hours and came in and out, it sounds to me like a very specific search, and something where they were looking for something pretty specific. And if they brought evidence bags out, they may have found it.
Does it surprise you? Because with other crimes I've covered, like even after that initial couple of days where they're really going in and out and they've got the caution or the crime scene tape up, they'll all leave, but sometimes they'll leave like one deputy outside and they'll leave the tape up and they'll keep it all cordoned off, even though you can tell they're not going in and out like they once were. But then at least it's available to them if they want to come back 4 or 5 days later. Does it surprise you they didn't do that here, or is that just normal that they would process it in a day and be done?
It kind of surprised me. I was really surprised when they released the scene, because that is either a sign of absolute certainty that you've gotten everything you can, or a belief that the scene itself is not of any further value to you. That I have not seen a lot lately, and I think what you're going to see, a lot of these contradictions and a lot of, faking left and going right and things like that are not so much fakes as they are the fact that when this case started, it was started by the sheriff's office, and the sheriff's office has their own protocols. But when the FBI comes in and gets involved, the same conversation goes on. The sheriff's department may have worked one kidnapping in the last 2 years. The FBI works them nationwide every day. So at a certain point, you say, listen, let us help you. And then when that happens, the FBI is going to say, okay, first thing, the house should not have been released. You shouldn't have said this. We shouldn't have said that. And you start going on an FBI protocol where you had been with the sheriff's protocol. And before anybody says this, I am not anti-police. I am not anti-sheriffs. Are sharp, intelligent people. But it's like, would you rather somebody who has played baseball all week play for you, or somebody who hasn't played in 6 months? You want the person who's experienced and current.
Yeah, it would make sense. Did you see, Steve, the blood video that we got? I don't know if you've seen it from outside the front door.
I have seen snippets, but I have not seen the uninterrupted video.
What do you think about the blood being found outside the front door? Because it wasn't, and I saw it, it wasn't really a trail like into the driveway or from the front door into the driveway. It was kind of just in that one area, it seemed like.
Yeah.
By the door.
What that might indicate is that the person who was bleeding stood there for a little while. And if you can almost estimate the level of bleeding by when you think they're walking or when you think they're standing for a little while. It could be just a bloody nose, something like that. We don't know. But sometimes mingled in with the blood are indications of other things that might give you other clues as to where it's from. But I was encouraged that it wasn't what we call blood spatter, things hitting the wall. Those are usually indications of blunt trauma force, things like that, at least that we've seen. We don't know what was going on in that house. But the way the blood is found, the pattern of the blood tells a lot about about an attack if there was an attack. And so again, I'm sure that, I mean, obviously if there's blood outside, there's going to be blood inside. They obviously have not said anything, nor would I expect them to. If it was my case, I wouldn't say a word.
Is there anything else, Steve, that stands out to you with this whole thing? Because just covering it, you know, it just feels so unusual. I mean, this is an older woman missing. Is there anything else that to you has just been like that has really stood out?
You know, nothing has stood out to me as wildly unusual. I mean, to the public, the fact that this happened, and it happened to the mother of a celebrity that they've probably seen dozens of times on TV. This may seem like the most bizarre, obtuse thing they've ever seen. But the actual modus operandi here is not unusual for the FBI. Things I've seen in my cases where somebody who knows a person who's got a rich relative says, this is my gold mine. And what you see is kind of an unprofessional attempt at following the books they've read, because, you know, there are nobody out there who does their second kidnapping, because they're always caught on the first. So everybody who goes into a kidnapping is an amateur, and 99% of them are caught.
Yeah.
Wow,
I
that's good
really hope
news.
this one ends soon. I mean,
I do too.
I know, you know, I don't know what's going to happen, but I think it would be so amazing to see her come back alive.
Yeah, and I don't think that's out of the question.
Wow,
It
that's good
just
news.
depends on how smart these people who took her are. And I would add this to what postscript to Savannah's video. The FBI is going to catch you. There is no doubt. You are going to be caught. So now you have to decide what you want to be convicted of. And this would be the best time to be convicted of taking her, but then giving her back. Otherwise, it's going to go really poorly for you. You will not win. And if you hurt her, you're caught twice as soon.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hopefully they're listening, and hopefully if that is the situation and someone has her that's like a stranger, hopefully they'll see the video and maybe it'll pull at their heartstrings a little bit. Steve, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Welcome in, DJ. Hey, DJ, do you want to co-host with me up here today? A good way to promote your channel and just offer your feedback on a panel with me as we just go through some videos, just discuss this until the presser, which is 2 hours and 15 minutes away. And then we're going to follow the presser and then cancel or end the live stream, rather. I shouldn't say cancel after the presser, and we can, whatever you got planned today, it's totally up to you, but you're welcome to come up and chit chat with me, and then we can forward to your channel if you want to continue on the coverage after the presser. Let me know. You're more than welcome to do that. Make it a little bit more interesting, other than just me talking to to all of you beautiful people that are watching. This is just scary as heck. Let's just watch this next. Wow. News update from News Nation. Let's do all the thank you things, just released 2 hours ago. Watch this.
With police in Arizona, they have been searching around the clock for clues in the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. No suspect has been identified at this time, and now her daughter Savannah says she's heard media reports of a ransom, and she is ready to talk to whoever may have taken her mother.
We need to know without a doubt that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen.
NewsNation national correspondent Nancy Liu, she is live in Tucson. Nancy, what's the very latest on the ground? We know you've been out there for days now.
Yeah, Kelly, we're now hours away from a new news conference from Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos, and there's a lot of anticipation given considerable law enforcement activity over the last 24 hours, along with that heartbreaking 4-minute video message posted by Savannah Guthrie and her siblings. The emotional public plea suggests Nancy Guthrie may be a kidnapping victim and that those recently sent ransom letters may be legit. Dozens of detectives and FBI agents returned to their mother's house.
Yes, that's not a problem, DJ. Thank you. This will be fun. Thank you. That's great. Yeah, let me know when you're back in ready, and we'll send you the link.
Taping it off again after releasing it as a crime scene on Tuesday. For much of the day, investigators could be seen searching for evidence in the home, in the garage, and there was also a new grid search in the dense brush around the house. Investigators were also at Annie Guthrie's home, that's Savannah's older sister, and apparently federal technology experts, they were there too. Now, with the search for Nancy Guthrie stretching through much of the week now, about 100 Tucson residents gathered at St. Philip's in the Hills Episcopal Church for a special candlelight vigil and to answer Savannah Guthrie's call for prayers.
We're all heartbroken, for this heinous crime. We just, we're beside ourselves. We just don't know what to do. And the only thing that we can do is to honor the family by prayer.
So, Kelly, everyone just definitely looking forward to this press conference from the sheriff. We haven't heard from him in over 24 hours other than a statement yesterday saying that they did not have a suspect or person of interest at this point in the case. Kelly?
And Nancy, America's been watching this case closely, including the president. We understand he and Savannah spoke recently. What was his message there?
Yeah, the president says he did speak with Savannah Guthrie and he let her know that he is directing all federal and local law enforcement to have all resources at the family's complete disposal. He also wrote on Truth Social, "We are deploying resources to get her mother home safely. The prayers of our nation are with her and her family." Now, presidential pressure may have played into that surge in law enforcement activity at Nancy Guthrie's house, that as criticism is growing over why that scene was released and not secured from the time of the report of Nancy Guthrie's possible abduction or kidnapping over the weekend. Kelly?
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below.
Wow. It's just, this case is just absolutely, I mean, it's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. Okay, let's move on to, oh, whoops. I got the wrong one. I got a long list. Hey, caramba. Let's watch Jesse here with Chris from the interview room and his reporting. I'm not going to go through the very beginning because, again, a lot of this is just, repeat, but I do want you to hear Chris McDonough. Good morning, Faye, from the cold rooms assessment here. We're going to listen to Ashley Banfield again, etc. Let's listen.
Answers. We called in retired homicide detective and director of the Cold Case Foundation, Chris McDonough, who previously worked on both the JonBenet Ramsey and Elizabeth Smart cases. Thank you so much for taking the time. I'm going to start right here. I am wondering if this was professional. There's an idea here. We talk about whether it was targeted. It's indicated before that there's no danger to the public, but you're talking about potentially taking the camera. Not leaving, as far as we can see, any kind of forensic evidence behind to identify a suspect. There was no tire tracks. There was no footprints. We can't find her. Do you think that this was a sophisticated crime?
Jesse, first of all, I think what the investigators are going to focus on to answer that particular question is what they call the victim risk continuum. And what I mean by that is if you take the letter L, for an example, and on this side, look at environment, situation, circumstance, and then low, medium, and high risk. What's the environment here? She's at her house. What's the situation? She's in bed, potentially at 2 o'clock in the morning. And what's the circumstance? This is an 84-year-old woman who has disappeared from that house. Are those activities, are they low, medium, or high risk activities? Everything goes to that low side. So there's a higher probability then, statistically, that the lower the victim risk level associated to the crime, the higher probability that the offender there was a pre-association between the victim and the offender. And so that's where they're going to, put those efforts in relationship to that. And, I can explain a little bit more, a little bit deeper as we go on here about that.
Well, let me ask you this. What do you think is happening behind the scenes right now? There's one thing that law enforcement tells us and authorities tell us versus what's going on behind the scenes. And I should let everybody know, you worked on the JonBenet Ramsey case. We actually spoke to John Ramsey to get his thoughts. He had a few thoughts. He said, one, don't assume that the local police know what they're doing. He said that the FBI should be taking the lead on this case. What is happening behind the scenes right now in Arizona, you think?
Well, there's two major things I believe that are taking place. The first one is that rapid DNA test, right? We heard that, some of it's already come back, but there's a second set of information that they're waiting for. The interesting thing about that particular testing is the sheriff made specific comment about checking CODIS. And CODIS is obviously the database where, offenders would be put into. So they may be thinking, hey, if we get a rapid DNA hit here and push it through CODIS, we may have our guy and we're off to the races. The second big push.
Yeah. This is wild. I like Chris McDonough too. He does great work. I love him. Yeah, let's keep listening. It's crazy. Donna, I just got a couple of emails from you. Let me check those. Thank you.
Here is, like you talked about a little bit earlier, and Brian, has masterfully reported on once again, is the digital footprints here. What's in that doorbell, meaning if there was a camera there, they're going to try to get hold of those servers, i.e. the clouds or either the server or a cloud, and they're going to try to push that information, compress it a little bit more to get some, visual on potentially what happened.
And like I said, the FBI can help with that. But while I have less than a minute with you, I should also say John Ramsey talked about genetic genealogy. We've talked about that in so many different cases. So if you don't get a hit on CODIS, how rapidly can you get an answer through that? And by the way, that's a family tree and genetic matchups.
Yeah, right. Right now, we're presuming it's only blood. Okay? I mean, there could be other, fluids inside of that house that we're just not aware of yet, that they're holding close to the chest. And so once they get a hit on that, it is quite an extensive testing period. Sometimes it could take up to 30 days.
That's not 30 days that Nancy has. We're going to continue to monitor this. We are live the rest of the hour. If we see something happen, we will update you as soon as possible. Chris McDonough, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Donna. That's amazing. Donna created, I guess, at 3 o'clock in the morning. Her beautiful soul was up. Donna's beautiful soul was up thinking about Nancy. So let's share the song that Donna created to bring Nancy home for a little break. And then we're going to keep watching. Thank you, Donna.
There's a Bible on the table, worn smooth by her hands, with promises of mercy from the glory of his lambs. She'd start every morning with a whisper and a prayer, and casting every burden and every single care. She's the one who taught us how to stand upon the rock, to listen for the shepherd and to keep watch for the flock.
But the darkness brought a silence that we never could have planned, when a shadow crossed the threshold and took her by the hand. Taken in the middle of the night while the world was fast asleep, now we're walking through the valley and the mountains far too steep.
The door was left behind her and the stars began to cry. Where did Nancy go? Underneath the midnight sky.
She'd say, praise the Lord for the sunshine and the rain, finding beauty in the joy and the strength inside the pain. Now we're leaning on the verses that she hid inside our hearts, walking through the shadows until the morning light starts. Oh, we're looking for our mother, our grandma, and our friend, with a faith that's like a river flowing round the bend. She spent her life praising, giving glory to his name, and the fire of her spirit is a never dying flame. We need every pair of eyes, every soul to join the plea to bring her back to where her heart is meant to be. Bring Nancy home. If you see her out there walking, she might be humming low a hymn about a Savior who won't ever let her go. A daughter of the King, now she's caught within the mist, but the power of her Savior is a strength that will persist. Where did Nancy go? From the safety of her bed, we're following the path where the Holy Spirit led. The Lord is her shepherd, she shall not want for grace. We're looking for the light that reflects his holy face. Though she was taken in the dark, the light is gonna shine to lead her back to family, to the safety of the line. Don't you dare give up. Don't you ever lose the spark. Her God is moving mountains, even in the dark. We're looking for our mother, our grandma, and our friend, with a faith that's like a river.
Hello. Hey, how are you? Good.
She spent her life praising, giving glory to his name, and the fire of her spirit is a never dying flame. We need every pair of eyes, every soul to join the plea to bring her back to where her heart is meant to be. Bring Nancy home. Where did Nancy go? Out into the midnight, out into the cold. But the shepherd's got his staff, and he's bringing back the fold. Praise him in the morning, praise him in the way. We're coming to find you, Nancy. It's never too late. Bring Nancy home.
Well, thank you, Donna. Welcome in, DJ.
Hello.
How are you? Nice to meet you.
Good.
Good. You look just like I pictured. So, what do you think about this case?
This is the Summer and Dawn, the Summer Wells case, right?
No, we're talking about Nancy Guthrie.
Oh, Nancy. I haven't really, like, I know a tiny little bit, but not that much.
Okay. So she was taken from her home. If anybody wants to put the link to DJ's channel so we can help promote him and get his channel up and going, that's why I asked him to come up here and chat with us. So Nancy Guthrie, do you know Savannah Guthrie from the Today Show?
Kind of, yes.
Okay, so Samantha Guthrie is Nancy Guthrie's daughter. Nancy Guthrie was taken from her home, 84 years old, without her medication. Last seen Saturday night. The FBI are involved. Kash Patel's on his way there today. Ransom notes went out. Savannah Guthrie made a plea yesterday. Thank you, Donna. To, the kidnappers. So it's a pretty dire case. So we're going to cover that until the presser today and see what we get for updates. So yeah, I just wanted to invite you up here to see if you had any comments. But now that I realize you don't know a lot about the case, thanks, my babies, Army. Thank you. Yeah. So do you want to promote your channel instead, and then we can watch a couple of videos?
Sure. That would be great.
Tell us about your channel.
Well, my channel is gonna be about talking about cases, talking about missing children and missing adults and all of that type of stuff. And today my live stream is gonna be just about just mostly telling about what my channel is gonna be about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay, that's good. Okay. And so do you want to watch a little bit with us and comment on a few videos? Stick around for a little bit?
Sure.
Okay, we'll watch a couple more here. Did you watch the emotional plea?
No.
Okay, let's see if it's in this video here. I've nice to meet you, Joni. Subscribe. Thank you, everybody. Love you all for your beautiful support. We do what we can because it's hard to get a YouTube channel up and going. So stick with it. Just takes time, but be patient. Okay, let's watch this. Nancy Grace comes in here. They interviewed her on Fox News last night. Let's listen to Nancy Grace. She's, a true crime podcaster who is extremely well known and has been doing this for many, many years. After her fiance was murdered, she got interested many, many years ago in true crime. So let's watch this.
Police activity within the last couple of hours. At the same time, a desperate search for Nancy is underway. So what will it take to solve the case and bring this 84-year-old grandmother home safe and sound and get her the medicine that she desperately needs? Here with more reaction analysis, the host of Crime Stories with Nancy Grace on Fox Nation. Nancy is with us. Okay, this has been your life's mission, your passion, your vocation in life, and you have studied more crimes than any other one person that I know. Let's look at and unpack, as I've been saying, all of this new information that we have, and that post by Savannah and her brother and sister on Instagram. What do you glean from that?
Number one, it's heartbreaking and excruciating to watch, but we have to watch. And this is what I discern. Number one, law enforcement absolutely knew that this statement was being made. They probably helped them prepare it. I know Savannah. Savannah would not go rogue. We work together at Court TV. She's covered many, many cases like this. She knows what's happening. She would not go rogue and do this against law enforcement's decision, much less the FBI, for Pete's sake. Of course they knew, and they probably coached them or helped them. Number one, what else does it tell me? To take the ransom notes seriously. There's a lot being thrown around in the media that is it real? Is it fake? Is Bitcoin? Blah, blah. Well, apparently that note had something in it that made Savannah Guthrie, who knows the law like the back of her hand, try to reach out and speak to whoever sent it. That tells me that possibly the description in the note was accurate. Only the family and law enforcement would know that. And they have chosen, Savannah and her brother and sister have chosen to engage with whoever wrote those notes. There's something in that note is accurate.
That's exactly how I feel. I don't think they would ask Savannah Guthrie, and this plea to the kidnappers was made public last night late, like 8, 9 o'clock. And I don't think that this plea that they did to the kidnappers addressing the ransom note that they received, this is her 5th day she's been missing. She's not with the medication unless somebody took medication. She's not with her, her pacemaker is no longer connected. Now, whether it's attached to her body and she still has her pacemaker, we really don't know.
That's very scary, because that's only not safe for her, but that's not good for her health conditions.
No, and that's what makes it so interesting. And that's why, DJ, there's some controversy on whether this kidnapping note is legitimate, because it came on the 4th day, but she went missing. The last time she was seen, she was dropped off by Savannah's sister's partner after a dinner after church, a church meeting Saturday night at like 9:45.
Yeah.
And then she didn't show up for church Sunday morning. And so this has been going on since Sunday. Her medication, her wallet, her purse left behind. They found blood at the beginning, at the entrance of the house, back door broken into, and somebody took the cameras, the doorbell cameras, and removed the evidence. Now they can get those from the cloud apparently, but it takes time because of all the data, request and the Privacy Acts and everything else. So there's also, so it's very scary that these people waited until she's in dire medical need to put their ransom letters forward. And they also didn't send them to the family directly. As far as we know, they sent them to the media, which is weird.
That is weird.
So there's some elements to this that are bizarre. What do you know about kidnappings? Do you follow true crime a lot? Or are you just sort of dabbling into it now? Like, do you know? Because this is so rare to take
dabbling into it.
Yeah. Okay. So it's just rare for an 84-year-old to be the victim of a kidnapping.
Yeah, it's very rare. You normally hear of kids going missing, not adults. Very rare in adults.
Yeah, an elder. So, maybe it was Ellie and they left. Maybe it was sent to Ellie. Yeah, it could be. Or Ellie wasn't taking it seriously enough, and then they decided to go to the media. I don't know, but let's keep listening. But Nancy Grace, they, in the letter, apparently we covered it yesterday, there was some, if you will, comments in the letter that they were hoping that law enforcement would know to be factual. So only Ellie would know whether, apparently they described some damage done inside the home and clothes that she might have been wearing. Now, they don't know the clothes, they've said, because the cameras were taken and it was the middle of the night. But they went back yesterday after clearing the home and did a late search last night, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, just before this ransom note comes out. They're back searching at her home and took evidence stuff from the garage and whatnot. So it makes me wonder if they're taking this ransom note seriously, because they proved by stating what was damaged inside the home. Hence, they went back to collect more and left a lot of evidence out of the garage, apparently. I mean, it's just bizarre. It's just the most bizarre case. And we're going to listen to now, until the presser, a bunch of people's opinions, and they're varied. Professionals, retired professionals are still, retired FBI agents, sort of still, differing opinions. Could this be real? Is this not real? It's hard to know, because they're keeping things from us. But my spidey sense is with Nancy Grace. I don't think they would make the family go through this unless they believed it to be authentic. What do you think? Do you think they'd have the family put this presser out last night pleading to the kidnappers,
No.
unless it was real.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I think, yeah. If it was real, they wouldn't have put it out just last night.
Oh, so you don't think it's real?
Like, not the. I'm trying to look for the specific words.
Yeah, that's what I think, Donna, I think that they sent it to Ellie and they didn't take it seriously and they got pissed off and that's why I went to the news station.
Yeah, that's how I was trying to word. That's how I was trying to word it.
Yeah.
Like
maybe. Go ahead, hon.
They would send it to Ellie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Barb says allegedly all terror rooters pick up since someone knows family person wants money, suspect sister, brother-in-law, but there is a break-in area allegedly. I know, Barb. So we've got two scenarios. So we're going to watch in a second Ashley Banfield, who reported a close source of hers. She's been in media, true crime from News Nation for 38 years, 40 years. Love, 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 love Ashley. And she says that the brother-in-law, the woman in the plea, so top right corner in the white shirt is Savannah, who's the Today Show host on NBC. In the middle in the black, Savannah's brother, and the woman in the white in the top right corner is her sister. And Ashley Banfield, a reporter, we'll watch that in a minute here, that her sister's boyfriend is the prime suspect and they towed the sister's car away. So that is bizarre. So imagine being the sister and trying to put that press release out, which she did, knowing that your husband and yourself are the prime, potentially, allegedly, being looked at as suspects. Now, that's also not unusual to look at all family members, but they only towed her car away a couple of days ago, apparently, or a day or so ago. So it's all very curious.
Towing her car away.
Yeah, because her boyfriend and her were the last people to see her mom. Saturday night, they went to a church function and they drove her home from the function Saturday night, and they were the last people to see her. They also, some people believe, Savannah Guthrie, we've learned, is worth $40 million. But as we just heard from Chris McDonough, she's not the primary person that some random person would think, hey, let's kidnap her for money. It feels like more connected to Nancy Guthrie than just some random I need money person,
Yeah.
And so anyway, there was also rumors of somebody trying to break into another home in that neighborhood, a few days ago, like a week or so before this happened. But the car has been taken in. Yeah. So we've got, is it family? Is it random intruders that were already scouting out the area as those two? And last night, I literally was going back and forth because there's parts of this that seem like it could be unrelated family member, non-related family members. And there's parts of it that feel like it is connected. So what do you think, just off the top of do you have a good, strong spidey sense?
Not such a good spidey sense.
No worries. Let's watch this. And if you want to comment, just let me know.
Okay.
Let's watch this.
Okay. So I agree with you. I can't imagine that they would go out there with this statement and basically asking for proof of life, talking about a willingness to talk. I don't think they would do that at all without taking into account the real possibility that law enforcement deep down believes this is a very real possibility of a kidnapping and a ransom. Now, those cases are treated very specifically. How would you imagine this now begins to unfold?
Well, we've got to wait now. We're playing their game, the perpetrator's game. One other thing I can glean from this, Sean, is that there's been a lot of speculation. It's from it's an insider very close to the family. I think if the family thought that, they would not be speaking on Insta to an unknown party. I don't think you would see this happening, what we're seeing, this extraordinary moment right now. They want proof of life, and it can't be some AI image. They want to know she's alive. They want something in the background to show she's alive. It's got to be something that strikes them as real. And again, we're playing the perps game. I don't like that. We're going to have to wait on them to respond, see what the response is. What if we don't hear from them for another day, 2 days, 3 days? Did you notice it took a long time for the ransom note to appear? That was concerning to me. And another thing, Savannah and her family have been through HELL because they haven't come forward and spoken until now. Did anybody ever think that in her position, in the limelight, in the public, she was told that that may throw fuel on the flame? I'm sure she was following the directions of law enforcement. And now she's spoken. I hope that makes everybody happy so we can now focus on finding Nancy Guthrie.
Okay, let's go back to what
Nancy looks pissed. She's pissed at all the people that are accusing Savannah of being so quiet throughout this until last night she was forced to come out. She makes a good point that, Savannah Guthrie took a while to come out. And she's probably following law enforcement's lead. She's doing everything they're telling her to. She's not going to come out if they tell her not to. She's going to come out when they tell her to. I believe that too. I mean, her mother's life is on the line here. You're not making risky moves, that, in my opinion. What do you think, DJ?
The thing about AI, though, she mentioned she wants it in AI to make
No,
it look.
they don't want AI. They're worried they're going to send them AI. So in their plea, they said, look, it's in today with all the AI images, we need real proof of life.
Yeah. Yeah, because AI isn't real proof. Like, it's not. AI is just creating
the
picture.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know if they, I mean, I got two sort of, when I first heard that, my initial response is they might have sent something that they are not sure they can authenticate. And so or was it preemptively, hey, like, we're willing to play ball with you, but you better show us proof of life first, because you took her without her meds. She's got diabolical health needs, and we're in day 5 today of this. Without her meds, like, and there's blood on scene, dude. Like, people that are putting this note out there, like, we're not going to just hand over millions of dollars. Apparently, the ransom note, as they've asked for it in Bitcoin, in millions of dollars. So
Millions of dollars. That is crazy. Yeah. See that? Don't. Yeah. You do not want AI pictures. That's for sure. If there's going to be pictures, make it real. Have real pictures. And make it worth the money, not make the pictures out of AI, because then people won't believe it. People will be questioning it.
Absolutely. So they want a proof of life. So I think, reading between the lines, they're saying, look, I need to talk to my mother. She's going to have to answer me on the phone that she's still breathing. Reach out to us and we'll set that up. But I need to talk to my mother. So, because you could even send a video that was taped 3 days ago. How do you know this is still her?
Exactly.
Like, she could be buried right now, and you're sending me a video you took 2 hours after you took her out of there. But yeah, she was taken in the middle of the night. They know her heart. She has a heart monitor that was syncing with her Apple phone, and the Apple phone was left, or the Apple Watch rather, was left on the nightstand, I think, charging. And the last time it paired to her pacemaker was 2 a.m. Sunday morning, and that's when they believe she was removed from the home, and that it wasn't able to pair longer after that because of the distance away from the home. So they're zeroing in on 2 a.m. Sunday morning, and I don't know if it's built into her body pacemaker. We don't know if she still has it. Police obviously know. But her medication for blood thinners, or heart medication, was not taken with her.
The pacemaker is for her heart, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I mean, she could have possibly, in my opinion, which I don't want to think the worst, she could have, like, because of all the stress going on, and she could have been stressed as well. Who knows? In my opinion, um,
Yeah.
she could be like, she could have passed on,
Well,
but
this
we
is
don't
it.
want to think the worst, right?
Right, but she might have already passed on, and now they're like, "Well, hey, let's try to throw a ransom note out there," you know? Like, we don't know, that's the point. So, they're gonna need I think they're gonna wanna talk to her to prove, like, "Hey," like, you
It
can't just create a video and send it 3 days later and us expect she's still living, right? Like, that's just my thought.
and with Ellie, like with Ellie, in my opinion, with so many cases going on with Ellie, I don't think they're I don't think with Ellie they are working hard enough
No?
with the cases. Like, I think they need, like, just like with Sebastian's case.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
this year will be 2 years. Who, like, why is it taking so long?
Yeah. Well, and I think that's why Trump is bringing out the National Guard in this case to make sure that they have all of their resources. Okay, let's keep going.
Yeah.
There's 7 more minutes with Nancy Grace here and her opinion, but I just had to say she is one of the most seasoned. Um, her and Ashley Banfield, I would say, and Brian Enton are my 3 go-to. Thank you, Faye, honey. Thank you.
They seem they seem very they seem very on top of things.
Yeah, exactly. They're experts. They've been down this rodeo, and Nancy Grace is also an attorney, as is Savannah Guthrie, the daughter of missing Nancy Guthrie, the host for the Today Show on NBC News, is worth $40 million apparently,
Oh,
and
wow.
well, and she was set to go to the Olympics today and cover the Olympics and had to cancel that because of her mother being kidnapped. So they went after somebody very high profile.
Yeah.
But Nancy Grace, she knows, and I agree with her. I don't think that they put the family up here and asked them to reach out for the whole world to see, pleading and crying for their mother to be brought home safely unless they believe it's legitimate. That to me is just, I don't think they would go that route. I think it's got to be legitimate, or at
Yeah,
least they believe it's legitimate.
Yeah.
So
you have to believe it. Like,
yeah.
you don't want to go backwards, you want to go forward.
Yeah, and they have validated that the Bitcoin account is real as well. That where they asked for the Bitcoin, they validated that right away, that the Bitcoin account is legitimate.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So we'll find out. Is it just a random intruder? The other thing that is so interesting in this, DJ, is, and thank you for coming up and doing this with me. Thank you. It's
You're
nice to have
welcome.
somebody to talk to.
Yeah.
The other thing they discovered, DJ, was the sheriff told us just recently the association in there ruled against street cameras. And now we have an 84-year-old taken out of that community. The association in there, a community association, said they didn't want cameras. And now we have lack of cameras because of the topography in there, in the desert, all the trees. Brian Enton's reporting, we started the show, you could see it's pitch black at night. And
like lack of cameras, less cameras.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
my
goodness. So they ruled against the cameras. It's not good. So it could be somebody that lives in the community and knew that too, right? Or knew about that ruling and was taking advantage of crime of opportunity because they knew. I don't know. But it's, anyways, let's keep watching. This is interesting.
We know. Why did they go back? And I know we're all speculating here, but there's got to be a reason why they went back to the mother's home today, why they went to the sister's home today. Now, They might have, this could be very innocent. They went to the sister's home, maybe in preparation for this statement that they were going to release tonight. It could have been that simple an explanation. And I don't like that people run rogue. The media often rushes to judgment. They were wrong on Richard Jewell, wrong on Duke Lacrosse, UVA, Ferguson, Missouri, Freddie Gray in Baltimore. They're wrong a lot. So we don't like to rush to judgment. You never rush to judgment. But why do you think they went back to the house today? There had to be a specific reason. And it's hard to believe in this day and age, Nancy, help me, that there are cameras everywhere. I know whoever did this ripped that camera out at Savannah's mother's house, at Nancy Guthrie's house. However, what about a neighbor? They had to have somebody that, got every license plate and every person, that walked down that street or drove down that street that night.
You cannot tell me in a neighborhood like that there are not security cameras, surveillance throughout. And she was taken in a vehicle. She can't walk past 50 yards, all right? She was taken out that door. We know there's forced entry, but they came out of that front door from the blood that apparently has been identified as Mrs. Guthrie's. The blood ended there. She was put in a car. There's got to be a record of that car. There's got to be some cell phone data somewhere. They've just a needle in a haystack right now. But regarding surveillance, I know they're in a vehicle, and I know we got to track that vehicle. But I want to point out one thing. It wasn't just the agents. They brought dogs, Sean. They brought dogs. What does that mean? Were they looking? Was she taken into the garage? You have to look to see where they're taking the dogs. Then it looked like they were doing somewhat of a grid search around the area, like out into the woods a little bit. Did they get a tip, or did they think that they had missed something? I thought they opened up the scene way too early. That's just me, having handled thousands of crime scenes. But they went back to that scene. That scene could have been tampered with by now.
Nancy,
close the scene.
Nancy's mad, as are other people, that they closed the crime scene down, DJ, a few days ago. And then Brian Enton, who's with News Nation, and other reporters have been out there trampling all over the scene, only to go back late last night and retape the scene days after people have been trampling all over it and collect more evidence. I mean, seems kind of irresponsible. Hate to say that about the sheriff, because I think they're overwhelmed here, but it's an issue when you're back on the crime scene after everybody's been and their neighbors been all over it. It's an issue.
So there's no trace whatsoever.
No, they don't know what happened to her. There's blood on the front. She uses a walker, can't walk more than 50 yards without help. So there's blood at the front door. The back door was left open. The Ring camera stolen, apparently off the front door, and damaged off the back door, although we have not seen proof of the damaged Ring camera. They went back last night after clearing the scene, went back into the garage, taped everything up, but reporters have been there. Blood spatter at the front door. And then this ransom note comes out. And it's so it's the crazy. We will likely never in true crime. Now, you're much younger than me, DJ, but for those of us that are true crime junkies, the chances of us seeing this, a plea for a kidnapper live by somebody famous like this, is never going to likely happen in my true crime career again. It's extremely unusual.
Yeah.
It's a very unusual. So thank you so much, Faye, for your beautiful, kind words. I appreciate you. Okay, 5 more minutes. I'm going to try not to talk until the end now.
Okay, we have cadaver dogs. We have drug dogs. There are dogs that are trained specifically to seek out electronics that may be hidden somewhere. I mean, it could have been any number of reasons why those dogs were brought in there. But you're right. They did expand outside into the property. Okay, what do you think they're looking for?
I think that they may be looking for the approach into the home. There have now been reports of a male that does not live in the neighborhood that had been in the area leading up to the time that Nancy was taken. Are they trying to pick up a scent there? I think that they've gotten a tip. They've gotten some kind of information. They had to go back and check it out, and they brought dogs. That's what I can surmise right now. And that's very serious to bring the dogs back out. They're looking for some type of human scent I believe. I don't think they're looking for electronics. And they're not looking for
Okay.
drugs. They're looking for a human.
Let's go back to the original
Human
statements
scent.
of law enforcement. They believe she was taken out of her home by force. It was a forced entry
Yes.
into the home. We know that the camera was ripped out. There was the blood, but as you pointed out last night on this program, not a significant amount of blood that would indicate that she was dead when she left that house. That means that she was taken out against her will, according to law enforcement. Walk us through. That means I think I would conclude if they wanted to kill her, they would have killed her right then and there on Saturday. Okay, they wanted to take her. They took her. Now, as you look at each little piece of that puzzle, having gone over, thousands and thousands of cases throughout your career, what does it tell you?
It tells me, number one, she was upright and walking. She may have been assisted. She was not down. She was not being dragged prone, because the blood was dropping, I think, from her nose. And you see droplets coming down. As a matter of fact, if you very carefully look at that blood in the front, it's almost as if you can see the steps through the first 4 tiles. There's a drop or two of blood on each tile. She's being led out of that house, and based on the blood, she is still upright. That's very significant in my mind. She's alive at that point. That's what I think. If this were random, they would have killed her, robbed her, raped her, and left her body in that home. That's harsh. I know it's harsh, but I'm dealing with the facts. She's not there. That's not what this is about, which gives credence to the ransom notes. And now we see the family coming out. They're giving credence to the ransom notes too. Or are they grasping at straws? I don't think so. There's something in that note that rings true to the crime scene or what Mrs. Guthrie was wearing. So we've got to be taking this very seriously. Now, these ransom notes are the way to go. That is the path. And we're playing a waiting game. I don't know how much longer Mrs. Guthrie can wait.
You told me something privately, and I want to bring it public. You said to me that the fact that she was in this house alone and this happened where it happened, that you were convinced it had to be somebody local. Do you stand by that?
Yes, I do. I do not believe all these zany theories that Savannah covered an incendiary case. She does that every day. We all do. And that somebody got mad and travels across the country, finds her elderly mother, and kidnaps her. That's not what happened. This is not some, conspiracy against Savannah or a political statement. No. They knew her. They know where she lives. They know she lived alone. This is someone in that area. This is not a vigilante from across the country making a political statement. That's absurd. So, yes, I do stand by that.
Hey, Sean.
Trying to unmute you, DJ. I agree. Do you agree? I agree with her. This is not.
Yeah.
I know other people in the chat think that this might be she angered somebody, but I disagree. I think it's either the family or a connection to the family, like a family member of the cleaning lady or family member of the lawn guy, or because she had help coming in and out of the house, take care of, or family, or those 2 guys that were in the neighborhood. Shoulder, I agree. The blood must be from her nose. You think, Faye? Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think it would have been her daughter that kidnapped her.
No?
Or anything. But someone else in the family,
The daughter's boyfriend or...
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's wild. So let's watch... Ashley Banfield broke the story about the daughter's boyfriend being the one in... the main suspect from her inside source, and she's taken a lot of heat from it. So she doubled down this morning with this release. Let's watch it.
Okay, I'm gonna turn my camera off.
Okay, no worries.
It has been a hell of a day. I don't know if you caught my last episode. I have a very high level law enforcement source that gave me quite a bit of information on the Nancy Guthrie case in Tucson, Arizona. And there's been a lot of backlash I understand it. I get it. Whenever information like that comes out, been to this rodeo before, seen this happen before. Just quickly, if you missed it, a couple of things I was told by, again, a highly placed law enforcement source, that the Nest cams, plural, on Nancy Guthrie's home were smashed. Not just one, not just in the front, but two of them smashed. Back door left wide open, blood in the house, as well as you saw Brian Enton from News Nation's reporting blood was found outside the house at the front door on those tiles out the front door. The other big news that my source told me that Nancy Guthrie's other daughter, Annie Guthrie's car was towed and was in evidence. And that also, and this is the important language, and this is the language that I've been reporting, that the son-in-law may be prime suspect now. So I have said over and over again, law enforcement always reserves the right to change their minds and change direction. They did that with Ed Smart. They did that with JonBenet Ramsey. They did that with Richard Jewell. They've done it with a lot of people. But as of now, my source said that is the prime, maybe the prime suspect is the son-in-law. Then you probably saw the news that the sheriff put out the next day after I released that information. At this point, I'm reading from Sheriff Chris Nanos's release. At this point, investigators have not identified a suspect or person of interest in this case. Detectives continue to speak with anyone who may have had contact with Mrs. Guthrie. Detectives are working closely with the Guthrie family. While we appreciate the public's concern, the sharing of unverified accusations or false information is irresponsible and does not assist in the investigation. No suspect or person of interest has been identified at this time. I'm well aware that no suspect had been identified to us publicly. This is inside information. And so, again, from an extraordinarily reputable, highly placed source. And to that, I just want to tell you, I have had this happen before many times. I'll take you back just a couple of years to 2022. Moscow police on December the 19th, 2022, made a definitive connection between the DNA that was found on the knife sheath used at 1122 King Road and left behind. They made the connection to a man named Brian Koberger again on December 19th, 2022. On December 20th, the next day, the Moscow police chief recorded a video and posted it on the Moscow police website, the Facebook page. And let me read for you what that statement said. No suspect, parentheses S, so suspect or suspects, has been identified, and only vetted information that does not hinder the investigation will be released to the public. We encourage referencing official releases for accurate and updated progress. So again, they had Brian Koberger identified as a suspect on the 19th. They connected that DNA to him. And on the next day, they said, no suspect or suspects identified, and only vetted information that does not hinder the investigation will be released. By the way, I should also note that for 2 weeks before he was arrested on the 30th of December, there were FBI surveillance teams that had traveled with him, surveilling him all the way back from Pullman, Washington, to his home in Pennsylvania as he drove with his dad. So yeah, they had their eye on a man named Brian Koberger, and we're still releasing definitively no suspects identified. So it's like I said before, I have had this happen before. I've seen it before. Does that mean they have the right to change their minds and have somebody else in their sights? Absolutely. But at the time that I got this information, this was what was being said within the investigation. Son-in-law may be prime suspect. Okay. I want to go back to a couple of other things that are so big today, and that is the heartbreaking video that was released by Savannah Guthrie and her two siblings. It is hard to watch. This is a woman who is in the worst torment of her life. Her mother is missing. There is blood outside the house. There are FBI agents all over the place, both in her sister's house and in her mother's house. They are collecting all sorts of boxes and items from both houses. I'm going to show you that video, and I'm going to tell you who's reporting those things as well, reputable news sources, and video that shows it. So this has been a very, very hard time for Savannah and her siblings. This is the video that she put out today.
We want to thank all of you for the prayers for our beloved mom, Nancy. We feel them, and we continue to believe that she feels them too. Our mom is a kind, faithful, loyal, fiercely loving woman of goodness and light. She is funny, spunky, and clever. She has grandchildren that adore her and crowd around her and cover her with kisses. She loves fun and adventure. She is a devoted friend. She is full of kindness and knowledge. Talk to her and you'll see.
The light is missing from our lives. Nancy is our mother. We are her children. She is our beacon. She holds fast to joy in all of life's circumstances. She chooses joy day after day. Despite having already passed through great trials of pain and grief, we are always going to be merely human, just normal human people who need our mom. Mama, if you're listening, we need you to come home. We miss you.
Our mom is our heart and our home. She's a
I'm not a body cam expert, but I don't like the siblings' body language, and particularly the brother. And I don't like his, I'm going to rewind this 30 seconds, his lip twitch almost in disagreement to what the sister just said. Just listen. Just watch his lip twitch. I'm sorry. I don't mean to distract. I find it very weird that there's such little real emotion. There's no emotion from the brother. None.
Yeah, that's what I'm noticing.
None. Yeah, you think it's weird too? Now, some people have suggested maybe they didn't want the brother to antagonize the ransom, the kidnappers, but the sisters, pleading, reading doesn't have emotion either. Do you think?
Not really. And then plus how the way he's sitting, he's not like, he doesn't seem emotional. Like, we don't know what's going on inside of his head, like how he's thinking, but from the looks of it on the outside, he does not look emotional.
No, and people and fair points, Kitty and Studs, welcome in. The brother's an alpha male F-50, F-16 firefighter, which I agree. But your mother's 84 and kidnapped. I don't know, man. It's not a time to be a firefighter or if F-16 fighter. However, a lot of people said that he should just potentially was told to remain quiet, not to antagonize the kidnapper. But the sisters also oddly not very convincing emotionally. I just think it's weird. I don't know. But what am I to say that? Let's keep listening.
Our mom is our heart and our home. She's 84 years old. Her health, her heart is fragile. She lives in constant pain. She is without any medicine. She needs it to survive. She needs it not to suffer. We too have heard the reports about a ransom letter in the media. As a family, we are doing everything that we can. We are ready to talk. However, we live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. We need to know, without a doubt, that she is alive and that you have her. We want to hear from you, and we are ready to listen. Please reach out to us. Mommy, if you are hearing this, you are a strong woman. You are God's precious daughter, Nancy.
Just watch. I think this is where his lip comes up. It's almost like, just watch.
We believe and know that even in this valley, He is with you. Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again. We speak to you every moment, and we pray without ceasing, and we rejoice in advance for the day that we hold you in our arms again. We love you, Mom.
Love you, Mom.
We love you, Mom. Stay strong.
We love you, Mom. We love you.
So you should know that the reporting that's come out over the last 48 hours is that TMZ released first that they'd been emailed a ransom note. They turned it over to the FBI. They had not heard back from the FBI about the processing of it. KOLD, a local station in Tucson, also reported they had been the recipients of some kind of ransom communication, as well as KGUN, another Tucson local station. And the reports of the contents have included requests for millions of dollars in Bitcoin, as well as details about the crime scene. That has not been verified, that those details are accurate. And also clothes that Nancy Guthrie was wearing. The police, the sheriff's department originally said on Monday they had no idea what Nancy Guthrie was wearing when she was taken, when she was kidnapped. That's the word they used, kidnapped. So the ransom notes have made a lot of news today, especially since Savannah and her siblings referenced those ransom notes. Brian Enton reported around 4 o'clock today, and again, I'm recording this on February 4th, that Savannah Guthrie had been shown the ransom notes. In her video, she said she heard of ransom notes. She also, appealed to our better senses that there are so many false images and false narratives that can be manipulated when it comes to video, etc. Whether that meant she'd seen some pictures or not, her message was clear. She and the family are ready to talk to whomever might be behind this, but they need proof of life. They need to know their mom is alive. So this was a big pitch to the potential that these ransom notes may be legitimate. There are many schools of thought that they're not, that this is someone in Myanmar trying to make some money on Bitcoin, or that this is someone crazy trying to insert themselves and create mayhem. There are crimes that are associated with that. And if they can find them, they will be prosecuted. Or this could be a red herring from the person who actually did take Nancy. A red herring to deflect from what happened, or maybe an effort to make money. It could be those scenarios. Nobody's weighing in on what those, which might be, or any might be accurate. And I want to bring up, the issue of my reporting again, and something more that I have learned today that is adjacent to this. First, though, as always, I am very thankful that you are a part of this podcast. I'm thankful for this community. The reason you're here is the reason I can be here, and my sponsors help as well. Let's talk about something important: your health and your well-being. If your gut is off, everything. I also received information that the Sheriff's Department in Pima County got very locked down, and that there was an effort, Sheriff's Department wide, to clamp down on the possibility of leaks. To which I say, well, if my information wasn't accurate, then it wasn't a leak. If it wasn't accurate, it's not a leak. If it is accurate, maybe it's a leak. And this clampdown and this consternation among the department was palpable today. What does that mean anything? I'm just giving you the facts of what my source has released to me. And to this point, I just want to tell you something. I had a conversation today with Megyn Kelly on her podcast about the way journalists and law enforcement often have push-pull and work on these scenes, especially when there are gag orders and investigations that are underway, and there might be some obfuscation, etc. This is the conversation I had with Megyn about that.
Okay, last question, Ashley. The sheriff, Chris Nanos, the one that we've been discussing, actually issued a statement, apparently in response to your news, that reads as follows. At this point, investigators have not identified a suspect or person of interest in this case. Detectives continue to speak with anyone who may have had contact with Mrs. Guthrie. Detectives are working closely with the Guthrie family. While we appreciate the public's concern, the sharing of unverified accusations or false information is irresponsible and does not assist the investigation. No suspect or person of interest has been identified at this time, which is not exactly a denial of what you reported, but seems aimed at you. Your thoughts on it?
That I've had it happen a million times, and they don't want to release that publicly at this point. They're not naming him publicly at this point. That's how I look at that. Listen, I said very carefully, may be prime suspect at this point. I did not say they've got their suspect at this time. That's not what my source said. Source says that he may be the prime suspect at this time. And I understand that. I understand that they're doing their work, and they want to probably keep him talking. You know how it works. The minute somebody stops talking and they get a lawyer, it's harder. The work is a little bit harder. Again, my great thanks to Megyn Kelly and the Megyn Kelly Show for letting me show that clip of us today. Also want to tell you a couple things that happened. And Brian Enton has been just way out front on so much of this reporting. Right around the 4 o'clock hour, as he was live on the air, he said, there's just a lot happening all of a sudden. Multiple law enforcement officers showed up in their vehicles, got out, and started searching around the back of Nancy Guthrie's home in the Wilds area. And there's a lot of like cacti and all sorts of stuff. It's very rugged out there, but they started doing what he called grid searching almost. That was around the 4 o'clock Eastern hour today. Multiple cars, multiple officers. At around the same time, in the 4 o'clock Eastern hour, he witnessed at Annie's house, which is about 4 miles down the road, a number of federal officers with the letters on their jackets, ICAC, which stands for International Crimes Against Children. Don't jump to conclusions there. Many reasons why officers like that might be at a scene that have nothing to do with children. They're excellent in cell phone technology analysis, technical analysis, technology analysis, and guess what else? Tracy Walder, former FBI, has said multiple times now that the ICAC is also excellent in tracking kidnappings, especially child kidnappings, but not necessarily just kidnappings. And then Brian put 2 and 2 together. And he said, this is interesting. When we watched those people going in and out, we saw they had a ring light and an iPhone tripod stand. And Tracy Walder put 2 and 2 together and said, well, guess what? I would not be the least bit surprised if the ICAC officers were the ones who set up the video that Savannah and her siblings, Annie and Cameron, delivered and posted on Savannah's Instagram account. So that's entirely possible. The reason why the ICAC officers were there, they were there to help with scripting because Tracy Walder, again, former FBI, said that sounded like it hit all the notes that the FBI would want a message to hit. And so they may have been working hand in hand with Savannah Guthrie's family to craft the script, to craft the written statement, and then to actually shoot it. And there's Brian Enton seeing that they've got the ring light and they've got the tripod. Around the same time, Fox News reporters on the scene, witnessing, shooting video of federal agents going in and out of, again, Annie Guthrie's house, 4 miles away down the road from Nancy Guthrie's house, and carrying, first they reported items out of Annie's house and putting it in the back of federal SUVs. Then later saying boxes, moving boxes out of Annie Guthrie's house and putting it in the back of the federal vehicles, those SUVs. Again, that's reporting from Fox News. Important to keep all these sources straight because these are 2 different scenes that are very active all day. There's activity happening throughout the day. So you might think, is it possible that the federal agents that Fox News witnessed carrying items and carrying boxes out of Annie's house were carrying the ring light equipment and that iPhone tripod? Maybe. But as Brian reported, he saw them carrying it in by hand and no boxes. So that's for you to decide, not for me to determine.
Yes, Faye, apparently they towed her car. They've impounded her car, apparently, the sister's car. So watch this. There's 7 more minutes. And then we have 1 hour and 8 minutes to press her. And we're going to watch a panel of retired detectives talk about this case while we wait for the presser in just over an hour after this. Let's listen to the last 7 minutes of this.
At the same time, it's super interesting to think this through for a minute. Whomever may have written these ransom notes, right? You would use, if you're, trying not to be detected, you would use a VPN, you would use encrypted technology, you might even, use a burner email, and it's not easy to do all that stuff. And so part of the investigation might be going, at least this is where I would think it would be going, towards investigating if somebody researched that, right? You got to think it through. Unless, of course, you're in Myanmar and this is just a scam, then you know what to do. And you've got that all in place. They scam us all the time to the tune of billions in America. So, and Myanmar is not the only place. It happens in all sorts of these massive call centers, scamming call centers. But research would be needed if it's somebody local and if it's somebody connected to either Nancy Guthrie in some way, contractors, friends, associates, whatever, or if the source that I have is right, possibly the person they say may now be prime suspect, and that's the brother-in-law. There would be some research that would probably have to be associated with how to do that. That could be helpful if that actually comes to bear. Internet extortion is not easy. And it is a little odd as well, according to a number of people who traffic in this business of tracking the bad guys. Getting a ransom note 80 hours later, 72 hours later is odd, especially when the victim in this case is 84 years old and has life-saving medication that she's without. That's odd as well. So all sorts of reasons to think that maybe these are scams, blood-sucking parasites who've inserted themselves either to make money or just make a problem. And again, if that's the case, I sure hope they catch whoever did that and prosecute to the fullest extent.
Again, I just want to say, you've got Brian Enton and Ashley Banfield that seem, in my opinion, the 3 people that I would say are lead in true crime as far as expertise would be Brian Enton, Ashley Banfield here on the screen, both from News Nation. Well, Ashley just went out on her own. Love them both, respect them both highly in their reporting. And then you've got Nancy Grace, also highly reported, believing that it's true and yet Brian and Ashley Banfield seem to be a little more skeptical of the ransom, but I'm leaning on it's true. And DJ, you've said the same thing. So let's listen to her last 4 minutes here. Yeah.
A few other things. Dogs were brought to Nancy's property around 6:30. This is about 2.5 hours after Brian said, whoa, activity just started here. A bunch of officers showed up and no crime scene tape. The crime scene was still released as of Monday, right? They released it 30 hours after the call came in that our mom is missing. And at around 6:30, crime scene tape went back up for about 2 hours. Weird. Crime scene tape goes up 6:30 Eastern time again. Dogs show up, FBI, Pima County Sheriff, again, grid searching. They're going in and out of the house. And then Brian Enton throws up the drone and he gets a look. Again, News Nation's Brian Enton, just extraordinary in his reporting on this story. He gets a look inside the garage and he and his photographer Mo and their producer Dave get a very clear shot of agents inside Nancy's garage. And they're looking around, processing. Hard to tell what they were doing, taking, if anything, but they are keenly interested in at least Nancy's garage at this point. They have been interested earlier in the day out back doing the search, but they were en masse. And when I say en masse, the report is dozens of law enforcement at this point have shown up. That's a lot. Also, something that Brian and his team witnessed when the agents were in the garage, they saw the agents take 15 to 20 evidence bags into the garage. They did not see those bags come out, but they saw 15 to 20 evidence bags being taken into Nancy's garage. Again, Nancy's house, not Annie's house. But very important that they witnessed this searching going on inside the garage. Also want to let you know, and this is key, a lot of these crimes, honest to God, crowdsourcing helps. If you know anything, large or small, and that you always hear law enforcement say this, no tip is too small. It can lead to something that's massive. So they ask you call 1-800-CALL-FBI. Again, 1-800-CALL-FBI. You can also submit tips at 88crime.org. 88crime. That's 88crime.org. Really key that we all keep our eyes peeled for anything that might be of interest. And the Pima County Chief of Detectives said today that they've been getting about 200 tips a day. 200 tips a day. If you don't think that's very many, he also said what the average is, and that's about 12 to 20 on a normal day. So listen, if you're watching this episode after February 4th, just know this. Coming ahead is a pre-planned press conference by the Pima County Sheriff, Chris Nanos, and it was scheduled for, I think, 1 o'clock Eastern time on Thursday, Feb 5. There could be updated information in that press conference. A few things surprised me about the last press conference, right? On Tuesday, the sheriff said we're not going to have another update until Thursday, unless warranted, which in a circumstance where there's allegedly a madman out there or mad people out there who have abducted a woman and left blood on the front stoop. I found that odd. Some of the neighbors have already said publicly they are nervous about this normally quiet, crime-free community that this has happened. But no update today publicly from the Pima County Sheriff. Tomorrow, again, Feb 5, 1 p.m. Eastern time, another update press conference is scheduled. Will it be the same, which is I don't have anything to update, but I'm willing to take your questions? I don't know. But there is another thing that stands as strange in this whole scenario. 30 or so hours after the report that Savannah Guthrie's mother had disappeared, crime scene tape not only goes down, but the Pima County Sheriff announced they're not searching anymore. They've called off the search permanently unless things warrant it. That's odd. It's an odd thing to say we're not searching that soon after the disappearance of a woman who can't walk 50 feet, as has been said by the sheriff, on her own without help and doesn't have her medication. So just a lot of very strange circumstances in this. And I think that's why everyone's so invested. The heartbreak for Savannah Guthrie, someone we all feel we know and someone I do know and love. And also the mystery that we just can't wrap our heads around. I will continue to.
Yeah, so we've got that presser we've been waiting for. That's coming up in just over an hour now. We're going to be covering it here. We've been just updating, with the latest things to come out. Donna sent us this. I'm just going to briefly show you this. Somebody's upped their offering more ransom. Hang on. Where did it go? Because the ransom, DJ, I don't know what you think. Police came out and offered $2,500 for ransom. That seems low.
That does seem low.
Or not for ransom, sorry, for reward. I apologize. Yeah, that's low, eh?
Yeah.
So somebody said we're going to go to, while we wait for the pressers, just in an hour exactly now, we're going to listen to a true crime podcast with a bunch of retired detectives, 3 detectives giving their opinion, actually a profiler too, a famous profiler. And we'll see what they say. They think it might be deliberate that they've only offering $2,500 reward deliberately. No, Donna, yeah, I'd pay that for my pet. No kidding. It seems odd, doesn't it? It seems odd.
Exactly. Or like that would be around the cost for bringing your pet to the vet.
I know. It's wild. I don't know what the purpose in that is, but some of the detectives claim that it could be deliberate. But so somebody, Donna, found this on X. Thank you, Donna, for sending and sharing that somebody's offered to increase the reward by another 5,000 out of their own personal money, which is insane. But yeah. Okay. Surviving the Survivor podcast. Let's go there because they've got some amazing guests. Let's watch this. Until the presser. I've got the presser up and ready to go when it's coming on. What do you think? Do you think the presser, everybody, is going to be life-alteringly updates, especially given that just yesterday, we went out with this last night? You don't think it's going to give a lot of updates? I don't know. I'm completely torn. They came out Tuesday and said we are not going to do another presser until Thursday unless there's an update. And then last night, Savannah and her siblings go live at like 8-9 o'clock Eastern. One ups the reward to 100,000. Okay, thanks, Donna. I didn't see that in that. I mean, there's obviously major updates. They just had her going live last night to the kidnapper. I keep wanting to say trafficker, kidnapper, pleading. They're obviously involved in that statement, but they have not come out and updated us. We're going to get an update today in an hour. There should be 3 picks. Sorry, Donna, I just got the one, but I will just leave that for now. But I don't know. Time will tell whether we get a press update that's got anything valuable to say. They're going to have a very hard time not discussing this plea for ransom.
Can I ask a question also? I do have to head to an appointment soon. So a couple of my questions, because it's off topic a bit, but it's still to do with live streams. So when I do my live stream later today at 6 p.m. my time, I don't know what time it is for you.
What time are you in?
Mountain Standard Time.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I was wondering, like, for live streams from StreamYard, how do you drop the StreamYard links? And also another question is, the banner at the bottom where it's scrolling right now?
Yep.
Yeah. How do I add that to my streams?
So can you send me an email? What I'll do, send me an email and I'm going to send you a little tutorial video.
Okay.
Would that be okay?
Yeah, that would be okay.
Okay, because I've got time after we jump off here. Let me send you an email and I will get you a little tutorial to show you behind the scenes, because it's kind of hard to show you unless you can see the buttons.
Yeah.
And then you'll have my contact information and you can reach out if you don't understand or you have any challenges.
Okay.
Would that help?
Yeah, that would help.
Okay.
But yes, I do have to get going.
Okay. No worries.
Thank you for having me up on panel.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here. It was fun. Let's just drop your link again. Anybody here that's new, DJ's just starting a YouTube channel. So we are promoting him and helping him here. Let me just get the link. I'm just trying to find your link, hon, before you go. I know Donna had it up. And yeah, head off. And if you need to, we'll hang on. Where did it go?
Donna dropped it. I see it. I actually have the stream going on my TV right now.
Oh, perfect. Okay, there you go. Okay. Yeah, and then what we can do if you want to come back another day, you can stream it on your channel at the same time when you're able to stream live.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you share, it's all on StreamYard. You just have to click a button open that allows your guests to stream to their channel. So you have the control over that, the person hosting it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'll show you that. I'll send you a little video if you email me. Okay. My
Okay.
email address is just above. Take a screenshot. Everybody here, thank you, DJ, for your time. We'll subscribe. Appreciate you coming in impromptu. I
You're
enjoyed
welcome.
it. Thank you, and have a good day. And we'll see you soon.
Have a good day.
You
Bye.
too. Bye-bye. Bye. Okay, let's watch. That was so nice. It's nice to help out a fellow YouTuber in true crime. It's a very competitive niche. Until we go live here with the presser, let's watch Surviving the Survivor. We've got some retired detectives' opinions.
Guthrie's home. We're going to catch you up on the latest and ask what in the world is going on here.
Welcome to the global phenomenon, Surviving the Survivor. Here's your host, Emmy Award-winning journalist, Joel Waldman.
What's up, SDS Nation? Welcome to Surviving the Survivor. It is the global phenomenon. I already saw New Zealand in the house. That brings you the best guests in all of true crime. And we are following breaking developments in the story that is captivating not just the nation, but the world. Savannah Guthrie, host of the Today Show, set to anchor the Olympics, is now bowed out of that because her 84-year-old mother, Nancy Guthrie, has just vanished from her home in Tucson, Arizona, in the foothills. And after the scene was released back to the public, and reporters that the COE and I know personally were on the property shooting blood that was left over, which we played earlier today, the scene was re-cordoned off by police this evening, and dogs were sent in, and evidence bags were removed. We're going to talk about all of that. Again, what's interesting about Savannah Guthrie's video is she is flanked by her sister, who, if you're following the story closely, was mentioned as possibly complicit in this by reporter Ashley Banfield with News Nation. So very weird set of circumstances going on. And we are just coming to you at the spur of the moment. So the COE is hard at work behind the scenes. As soon as she has Savannah Guthrie's comments uploaded, we're going to bring those to you right away. But first, let me introduce another amazing panel who are joking with me saying, oh, they must be the C team. No way. These guys are the A team. We just rotate around with best guests. Jeff Wenninger, author of On Thin Ice. He's a retired lieutenant in the LAPD. Doesn't get much bigger than that. And then you've got Troy Hillman, former Phoenix homicide sergeant, retired, an investigator. He specializes, as you see over his shoulder, in cold cases because they do, in fact, matter. I love that. And retired NYPD detective David Sarney, also a professor at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. By the way, Troy is author of Chasing Down the Zombie Hunter. Jeff Wenninger, you see there, On Thin Ice, which is about reimagining policing as we move forward in this crazy world that we live in. But Jeff Wenninger, let's start with the bird's eye view. This story is now 4 days in, no sight of Nancy Guthrie, the family finally breaking its silence. And again, we're going to bring that to you. What is your macro view on this case so far?
Well, when I look at everything, because I'm taking that 10,000 foot view, you're considering all the evidence, and some of the evidence leads you one direction, the other evidence kind of tends to lead you in another direction. And statistically speaking, the reality is only about 5% of all abductions are abductions that are for the purpose of ransom demand. Typically, you have abductions where
5%
as a result of domestic disputes, oftentimes child abductions. Or it's a result of the furtherance of commission of a crime, of a robbery or a sexual assault. So it's just odd and very rare that you would have this circumstance where you have a ransom. But that being said, some of the things that I'm seeing in regards to the investigation that's going on at the residence this evening, and then also the fact that the family came out to make this public statement leads me to believe perhaps a couple things, really, that the ransom notes that they're talking about may have some semblance of credibility to them, and they were pleading for these people to further their dialogue with them. Let's continue this dialogue and move forward. Although you could also look at it as if they've got nothing, they've completely excluded these ransom notes as being viable, and they're just pleading with whoever it is to initiate some contact. So at the end of the day, without having any insider information in regards to what the investigators are doing, it's quite perplexing. But the one thing I would say is that activity at the house, to me, lends itself more towards building a case than it does involve the recovery of the mother at this point.
So again, he has a different real because family is asking to talk. Yeah, it's interesting because these are retired. The two guys on the right, the bald guy and the guy in the blue cold cases matters. They're retired lieutenants, not even just detectives, lieutenants. And he's saying it's hard to tell, we really don't know. We don't have all the facts. So we're just guessing, but it's wild. It's wild.
So I found that to be interesting.
Yeah, and I want to drill down on all these things, but I've got to take a 1-second digression here for Jeff Weninger. For those who do not know, all you have to do is look at the guy to tell he was an athlete. He was heavily looked at by the then Hartford Whalers in the NHL. And look at this, Jeff. Laura Lee Potvin. This is Dennis Potvin's cousin, I believe. She is related to Dennis Potvin of the Islanders. She's been here a long time, so shout out to Laura Lee. STS always has the best guests. So it's a small world. Dennis Potvin, at one time well-known New York Islanders. Sarny is shaking his head because the Rangers used to chant things that they probably shouldn't have chanted, but they did anyway. Troy Hillman, you're in Phoenix, and I know you were on the show yesterday. I think it was yesterday. It's hard to keep track, but from the last time you were on the show to now, how has your mindset changed again in a macro sense regarding this case? A lot of weird things, and to Jeff's point, in this video, which I'm about to show you, that Savannah Guthrie released, they talk almost like they want to negotiate with a kidnapper, where it's been mentioned, but I don't think a lot of people have taken that seriously.
Yeah, the introduction of the ransom, not only I think one at TMZ, but I think there was a local affiliate that also had so you got multiple ransom letters going out. That was kind of bizarre. And then to see the blood on the steps of her home, that was at her front door. That was kind of disturbing. That to me, I don't understand. I probably would have held the scene. I don't want to, armchair quarterback it, so to speak, but you don't really know what's going on with the victim. You haven't recovered her alive or dead. So to me, holding onto that house would be paramount. So the fact that they're going and kind of examining it and securing it is kind of an interesting thing going on right now.
Yeah, and David Sarny, please pick up on that. We're going to get into what they were doing there, but just in terms of releasing the scene, and look, he was doing a job and doing a great job. Our friend Brian Enton was out there recording on the stoop of the home, the blood that was left back there. In hindsight, this scene have been released as early as it was, to have reporters sort of stomping all over the ground, so then tonight have it cordoned back off.
Yeah. This is one thing, and I always say about crime scenes, you release them when you feel comfortable to release them, and that's usually how it works. They felt comfortable enough to release it. But here's the thing about that. If she's missing, and it's a residential house, it's a house. There's no one else in the house. There's no reason to release it. They did. I don't know why. You can't explain that. And again, that's up to them to make that decision. But now you have to go back in. Now that scene is already screwed up. It's been tainted there. Now, did the media get more? I don't know what crime scene did when they got there. How much of the photographs you're doing? You're going back to look for things. That's fine. But the fact is, now you have that scene has been tainted. So if you do have a suspect, now you have to go back to the secondary scene. It's not a great idea to do. They should have kept the scene. And as a detective, I wouldn't have felt comfortable releasing it. I don't know what pressure they had, what the detective did. That's for their leadership to make a decision. Someone made a decision to release it. I don't know why. You have no body. You have a missing, we call a special category missing with a health issue. What was the rush to release it? I can't tell you. So now you go back to the scene. You're going to go back and redo everything. Now, anything you recover can be questioned at court or a trial at hearings, because now that scene, that I collected it on the second day it came back. And you could see a defense attorney, if this gets to that level, going after that fact of why'd you release the scene in the first place.
Yeah, by the way, I told all these guys, I'm like, this will be a quick show. My shows are never quick. I'm sure we'll be here for a while. Hopefully they will indulge me, because there's a lot to go over here. A lot happened tonight. And you look at these guys, it amazed me. I have such admiration for law enforcement. 3 super level-headed guys. I'm at home pacing around.
I was up till 1 o'clock in the morning watching this last night, because they came in, they started late because of all the new, the updates.
He's like, what's the matter with you? And she's just like, what is wrong with you? My kids are, what's the matter? I'm looking at Twitter, things are going on. Should I do a show? Should I not do a show? Should I do a show? She's like, just go do a show. So we reached out. We're doing a show here, but news is in my blood. Then Carm starts calling. And it is, for those who are new here, I ramble sometimes, but we do this show without that much rambling, Monday through Thursday, 7 o'clock, with a panel of 3 Fridays with my beloved mother, the oldest true crime podcaster in America. She joins on Friday. She's a licensed therapist, and we cover some big stories. But on your way in, please hit the like, subscribe button. We've also got a Patreon page. I'm going to, without further ado here, I'm going to play this. This is a very emotional, difficult sort of trigger warning video. I might stop it when I haven't, to be totally honest, I've not seen it in its entirety. I just saw bits and pieces. Again, what's interesting here is her sister, Annie, is to her left, and I'm just blanking on her brother's name. I want to say Cameron, but he's on the right. He's a retired Air Force pilot he lives now in Vermont, but they all grew up in Tucson. She has a pacemaker. Jeff Weninger, real quick, before we get to the video, just to satiate Miss Mojo Rising here. I mean, this is, David Sarney just said it, sort of a special situation. Even the sheriff said with the first 24 hours were critical because of medication. How dire is it now with his pacemaker that disconnected from the Apple phone? Potentially, if she's diabetic, no medication, how dire is it right now? The race gets clocked.
Well, clearly, just because of her medical conditions and the necessity for the medicines, apparently, to keep her alive, it's very critical. The fact that we have this 2 a.m. Disconnect of the pacemaker from the app or the monitor that she had, that really just tells us that that's the time in which she left the residence and was at an extended distance from it, so then it no longer was reading it. I hope people aren't reading into that's perhaps a time of death, because that's not what it's telling us. It is quite critical. We're in our fourth day, the end of our fourth day, and time is of the essence. And going back to what Dave and Troy were saying, I hate to be critical, but I got to tell you, when I heard the sheriff saying that they were releasing the scene, I just put my head in my hands and go, "What are you doing?" And law enforcement, unless we're willing to be critical of ourselves and identify areas where we can improve upon, we'll never make the changes that we need. And to be honest with you, that was a big mistake. And I think it was made before they really knew what they had, and they had all their resources in place. I've had scenes where we've got a homicide shooting scene on the 5 freeway going through downtown LA, and we're talking about the millions of dollars of commerce that's being affected by that. Well, guess what? I'm not influenced by that when I'm the officer in charge of that scene. I'm going to take the time it takes to gather everything that we need. And I've held scenes as long as a week or more. So that's just the reality. So I was really perplexed by that.
Yeah, and to your point, and that's a great point, I can tell you, the COE and I met reporting at KGUN 9 in Tucson, and all the local stations are doing an amazing job. Special shout out to KVOA, my friend Matt Brode, who's the chief meteorologist there. And I've invited Sean Mooney, who's a friend of mine. He's the main anchor there. I sent him a link. He's probably not going to be able to join, but in case he does, you will meet him. Fantastic guy. He anchored all around the country, including New York, and they are doing amazing work there. The local news always, is getting the most information because they are most familiar. So shout out to all those guys. And Eric Fink working really hard there. I'm going to play this video now. And by the way, just before I had this comment up, again, COE and I met there. I cannot overstate what an amazing community Tucson is. They're having a vigil right now. I'm hoping the COE will get some video of that, and also video that Brian Enton and others shot tonight of the crime scene, so we can talk about that. But my heart goes out to Tucson and Tucsonans tonight, because I know that they are all in this together as a community. It is one of the tightest knit communities you will find. Now, here's a trigger warning. Without further ado, this is Savannah Guthrie leading the way with her siblings on either side. And keep in mind, the microscope has been on Annie Guthrie a little bit. So I think this says something about that.
On behalf of
I'm going to skip through this because we've played this. Yeah, our famous cold case guy is in U.S. is heading to Arizona this AM, had other obligations, but not that far from there. Are you talking about Chris McDermott from the interview room? Because I watched him too. We watched him earlier before you maybe joined, Hope, and I watched his last night. But again, I was watching hours and hours of it. It all just starts to blend and get tired, and I was like half falling asleep and still trying to force myself to stay awake. So I'm gonna miss that. I love Chris too. He has an opinion, of course, and we watched his opinion earlier, but I didn't hear that. But that's a great point. Maybe there's some sort of information that is connecting, is what you're saying. Dr. Gary too, I understand a lot more. Okay, honey, if you have the email links for those, can you send them to me? I don't know that we're going to get to them today because we're waiting for the presser, and I want to just continue to watch this. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to stop this. I meant to show you, I think, something that's very sweet that I want to show you first. And I was just wondering, did this grab attention? Did this video, Savannah Guthrie did a special and went back home on the Today Show 2 months ago. Watch this, and then we'll go back to that other one. And I just wonder, like, I don't know. I don't know if this have is he is very good at ransom stuff. Yeah, no, he was a hostage negotiator, for Pete's sakes. He is the bomb. I love Chris. Let's watch. Let's watch this. I'm just curious. Did this have something to do with somebody targeting her? Because they're saying, why would they target her? Which makes sense. But then there's this, the face of America, as they say, the Today Show. And she is so freaking cute. Savannah Guthrie, it's incredible. You can see how beautiful a person she is in this video. Watch as she goes back home. She grew up in the home that we're talking about, the home in question. She grew up there. Her mom raised her 3 kids there. Donna, you brought that news to us a couple days ago. Dad died young. Mom had to go back to work. She raised them. She went to the work at the university there, thinking that she could save on their tuition, which they did. So they went to college there, university there on the savings because mom was an employee. It's just a single mom story I identify with so incredibly as a single mom. Let's watch this.
Oh, this is going to be great. We are back, 8/12, back with the start of a very special and very personal new series. It's called Homecoming Today.
And Savannah, we're going to start with you. You took us back to your old stomping grounds.
Oh, yes, here we go. I'm really excited about this. And people ask me, where are you from? I'm always proud when I say Tucson, Arizona. I grew up there, went to college there. My mom still lives there. And honestly, a part of me has really never left. So thanks to our sponsor, Visit Tucson, I got a chance to go home to show you everything from the giants of the desert to the people who raised me, and really why Tucson is unlike anywhere else in the world.
There is no place like home, especially when home is as stunning a place as Tucson, Arizona, where the sunsets paint the sky every single night, and every cactus is an old friend.
Prickly pear, saguaro. This is the jumping cholla, because if you walk past it and brush it, it jumps out at you.
Or, in some cases, frenemy.
Ow. Still sharp.
But Tucson is more than its breathtaking landscape. It's a vibrant community and canvas.
Hi, Joe. I'm Savannah Guthrie. Nice to meet you. This is beautiful.
Thanks. Joe Padgett has transformed Tucson one wall at a time, turning bland buildings into colorful celebrations of desert life and culture.
It's going to do a little arc like that.
Okay. I'm leaving my mark on Tucson.
That's a bit of shield monster down.
And speaking of desert creatures, no trip to Tucson is complete without visiting the Arizona Sonora Desert Museum. A frequent elementary school field trip for me, it's home to hundreds of animals native to the Sonoran Desert, like javelinas, those wild rascals that were always knocking over our trash cans growing up, and a brand new bouncing baby.
This is our porcupine pinecone who actually came to us from New York.
After weeks in quarantine, he's making his big debut with us. Honey, I'm bringing home a pet. But it was all just a warm-up for Klaus.
He's about as close to a flying puppy as you can get.
Okay.
So,
Woman, 53, dies in hometown, fell by ferocious puppy owl. Klaus. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
so this is Klaus.
Hi, Klaus.
Are you okay?
I'm okay.
Okay.
Hey, Klaus. Well, it was nice to meet you and everything. Okay. Bye. Overcoming your fears.
Yes, you did fantastic. You did fantastic.
And speaking of girls gone wild, Tucson is also where I went to college.
I can't believe it. I'm back. This is my alma mater, the University of Arizona. It's just as beautiful and sunny as it ever was. But I want to meet some real students of today.
No.
I know just where to go. Knock, knock. Mr. President.
Hey,
Hi.
Savannah.
Yeah,
Great to see you. Just reading about you.
Oh my gosh, it is so good to be back in
Great
Tucson.
to see you. Welcome.
I'm a hugger. This is home.
That's fantastic.
Where-
We're so happy you're back.
Where are all the students?
You remember them all.
Yes.
Welcome home.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
See you soon.
Bye-bye.
I'm here, but where is everybody?
Welcome back home, Savannah.
I think this is my sorority house. I think this is the Pie Pie house. I gotta go. Hello? Anybody home? Hello? Yes? Oh, hi. Hi, I'm Savannah Guthrie. Bye-bye. What's last 90?
1 second. You might want to back up a little bit.
Back in my day, we just did the secret handshake. Now, they have a viral TikTok dance. You guys just won Best Pi-Fi Chapter in the country. Is this a snap? That's what we used to do. What does it mean to you to be a Pi-Fi and be part of this organization?
I find myself becoming a better version of who I am every single day that I'm in Pi-Fi. We have the most amazing emerging leaders, and I'm just so proud of all of them.
Well, it's so fun to be back here. It's been a long, long time.
Actually, we did find something of yours, and we have a little surprise for you.
Okay. I remember this. This used to hang on the wall.
Yeah, it still does.
Big hair, don't care. Okay. Oh, yeah. There you go. That's my natural hair color. Guys, thank you so much for having me. I've had the best time. Should we do one more cheer before I go?
Let's do it.
Okay, let's go. 3, 2, 1.
But by far, my favorite part about Tucson is family. El Charro is the oldest family-owned Mexican restaurant in America and the perfect place to catch up with mine, my mom Nancy and sister Annie.
I come here every time I come home to Tucson. I have to come to El Charro. How long has El Charro been here? 103 years.
Carlota Flores has run El Charro for over 50 years, taking over from her great aunt Monica, the woman who's said to have invented the chimichanga. She treated us to a tradition from back in Prohibition when women playing cards would hide their tequila in teacups.
Cheers. Well, Mom, you guys came here in the 70s and you'd been moving all around. What made you want to stay in Tucson and plant roots?
It's so wonderful. Just the air, the quality of life is laid back and gentle. Yeah, I like to watch the javelina eat my plants.
But the best thing about Tucson is coming home and
Yes.
seeing you guys. Should we raise a glass? Prickly Pear Margarita? Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers.
Love you.
Love you.
From the love of family to the familiar beauty of the scenery, I will always be a daughter of the desert.
Daughter? Oh, daughter.
Oh my God.
Sounds like a movie.
Well, guys, I brought you a little something from Carlota Flores
so
and El
good.
Charro. This is the famous teacup. And the tequila, they would hide in it for Prohibition. And as my mother said, it's quite smooth. And she put in an order for the tequila. So,
Oh, wow.
shall we just do a little
Cheers.
tiny
It's real
sip?
tequila.
It is.
For Nancy.
That was so
Insolito.
fun to see your connection to Tucson.
Oh,
It's just
and you
cool.
spent some time there too.
I did. My grandparents lived in Tucson, and from LA, we would drive there in the early '80s,
Oh,
and I loved it. I saw my first electrical storm there.
Yes.
I'll never forget it. We went to Old Tucson, the theme park.
Yes.
It was so much fun.
They used to shoot westerns, and this like movie set.
Yeah.
A lot of the old westerns were shot in Tucson, and it's sometimes you have to leave a place to really appreciate
Yes.
it.
Sure.
And having lived on the East Coast now for many decades, when I go back, it's like my whole soul is home, my spirit is home. I feel my father in the wind,
That's
the
nice.
desert, the cactus, the animals. It's such a unique place. It's a beautiful place to visit if you ever want to, and the weather is
Yeah, I was
gorgeous
gonna
right
say.
now.
Home
Little
is
hot in
where
the
art
summer.
is.
Yeah.
Speaking of heart and home, are we going to your home tomorrow?
So that was 2 months ago. She is so sweet. I know. I love she tells her mom not to drink the whole thing. I know. It's absolutely a chimichanga. I know. I love Mexican too. We have a local store that's authentic Mexican too, and I just love it. So I mean, completely earth shattering. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I wonder, we live our lives obviously, every day, clearly, and not knowing what's going to fall upon us. There's no way she ever could have guessed that her life would change in this dramatic way. 2 months later, she's doing this video. As you said, you can hear the raspiness in her throat. So she's just had throat surgery and reportedly was off air, recovering from throat surgery, preparing to leave today to host the Olympics in Italy, had to stop that. I mean, who would have known 2 months ago she would be dealing with this and releasing a statement like she did here? We're going to skip the statement again because we listened to it. We're waiting for the presser, which is a half an hour away. I've got that pulled up beside me on the side screen here watching it before it starts. So don't worry, we won't miss the presser.
Women, you are God's precious daughter, Nancy. We believe and know that even in this valley, He is with you. Everyone is looking for you, Mommy, everywhere. We will not rest. Your children will not rest until we are together again. We speak to you every moment, and we pray without ceasing, and we rejoice in advance for the day that we hold you in our arms again. We love you, Mom.
Love you, Mom.
We love you, Mom. Stay strong.
We love you, Mom. We love
Probably one of the toughest things I've had to watch right there. Absolutely soul crushing. Jeff, I'm going to start with you. I mean, just devastating to hear this. I mean, people know her from the Today Show. I think I'm personally jaded having worked in news because, you know, I know a lot of these people, but when you get to know them, this is the vigil from today, but when you get to know these people, this is going on right now, by the way. I think this is a live shot of this vigil, if I'm right. I'm not 100% sure. But when you get to know people in news or in any field, they're just human beings. Jeff, let's go through this first from just a human standpoint. Forget investigative, because I've got investigative questions. But from a human standpoint, your reaction to what we just watched.
Well, let's make no mistake that this wasn't done without the approval of law enforcement or at the request of law enforcement. What I saw there was, first and foremost, an authentic and genuine appeal from their emotional love for their mother, ultimately hoping to reach these people and maybe perhaps touch their rational or logical chord, where they may be able to get some deference from them. But that's probably not likely. But what I also heard was it appears to me that they have there seems to be some credibility to the fact that they believe that whoever has her has the interest of a ransom. And she even said, "Yeah, we are at the point where we're willing to talk." You know, and this is why it's really important they brought the FBI in. You know, the FBI is the best positioned from the perspective of managing the critical incidents that are going on in regards to this investigation, their ability to provide negotiations if they're necessary, and you know, ultimately have the utmost ability and resources to do the forensic analysis of all the evidence. So it's really important that they're involved. And I don't know if they're involved because they were requested, or actually without it being publicly stated that they have reason to believe that she's been taken across state lines, or actually, you know, the U.S. border, which would involve the FBI to automatically become a federal crime and become their jurisdiction, or if the messaging, because these ransom messages, as I understand them, were electronic, and although the victim may still be in the state, if in any way that messaging involved going across state lines, whether it's text messages, emails, what have you, it still would fall under the confines of the federal violation, and it become the jurisdiction of the FBI. But regardless, it's a good thing that they're involved. But it seemed like it was strategic. There were a couple of things that they were trying to accomplish, but most importantly to me, it seemed to give me an indication that there is a credible aspect that they feel that there's a ransom, or someone's holding her for the purpose of a ransom.
Yeah. Again, I'm going to circle back to all the investigative issues, and you hear from.
I can't imagine. I can't. I'm just hearing him say this. Like, y'all, we are true crime junkies, all of us in here, and there's not likely a chance we're ever going to witness this again. This is so crazy. It's just mind-numbing, you know?
Primetime KCL that it sounds like there was a video.
When you hear them talking, you know, but there's the ransom, that it's, you know, this, you know, is it real? Is it not real? And I don't know. I feel like they're leaning towards real, but, you know, again, who knows? But the whole thing is just absurdly crazy. It's just wild.
Because she says something about the authenticity of what you can believe and not. But before we get there,
No, at all. Let's hope not at all.
This is the victim, and these are the victim's family members who are now victims. Troy, that was real emotion. That was not feigned emotion from an anchor who's used to being in front of the camera. What do you feel watching that?
Yeah, it was It was impactful, raw. I think. I mean, it was almost as I think she lost her father when she was 16. I read it was almost like she was this little girl again. I mean, because I guess it puts you in perspective that we think we're the strong adults, and then when something happens to our heroes, our parents, then we're really vulnerable. People have said it on the screen, heartbreaking. I can't. As investigators have to see that too, and that's what makes it difficult, because I don't think a lot of people realize that investigators are human beings and have families and have been through similar, or have been through really hard times and death and that kind of thing in their own personal lives. So it's hard. It's a heartache, and she's 84 years old. So I mean, this is despicable in every sense of the word.
David Sarney, I mean, New Yorkers wear their hearts on their sleeves. Your thoughts on that video? I mean, it's heart-wrenching.
Yeah, you feel for the family, and that's what it comes down to. And that's why you can tell that, in a sense, you're working for the victim, you're working for the family. That's what you really do as an investigator. And this doesn't motivate you to find her. Nothing will, because you can relate to situations when it comes to loss. And in this case, it's a loss, a criminal loss at this point, in which they're still doing what they can. And this gives you the drive to do what's right for the family. In other words, get their mom home. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, David, now go ahead.
Thing I picked up on was that the brother really didn't say anything. And I wondered, is that strategic? Would he perhaps come across as too confrontational? And they don't want to create that kind of a problem, or
my personal take on that is he's an ultra alpha male. He's an Air Force pilot, which is about the hardest thing that anybody can do, and all the respect to him. And his sister, Savannah, is the national TV anchor. And I have a feeling he said, I really don't want to speak, Savannah. I'm devastated. I want you to do this, and I'll just say something at the end. That's my gut instinct. I don't know that it was strategic, but it's interesting. I mean, it's certainly interesting, and the dynamic was very interesting. And somebody said, well, where is Annie's partner? It's not her husband, but her partner, Tommaso Cioni, if I have that right. But where, Savannah's got a husband. I don't know if the brother is married. I just would assume that he is for whatever reason. COE, can you just on a comment let us know if this is live right now? I'm curious. This is a vigil, St. Philip's Church in Tucson, that is happening tonight. And if you know Tucson, strangers will come together there. It is a very, very tight-knit community. It is huge. It's a big place, 250 square miles, but everyone seems to know everybody, and it's a very, very tight-knit community. But let's go now. I'm going to COE, can you run the other video but muted, please? Savannah's video. David Sarney, this, and I absolutely agree with Jeff, had to be signed off on, I believe, by law enforcement. She starts off, Savannah does, by the other video. See that? Thank you. It starts off, we're sending prayers to our mother. We feel that, thank you for the prayers. We feel them. She feels them too. She's a fiercely loving woman, spunky, clever. She's our beacon. But we need you to come home. And then she goes into the issue of she's in constant pain. She needs meds to not suffer. Aside from just excreting
They did a prayer vigil last night that the church streamed part of. I don't know if they did the whole thing, though. I just hadn't had time to look into that, Hope, honey. I don't know, but you can check that out. I'm not sure. But yeah, this is presser's coming up in 20 minutes. I've got the screen up. We've got the screen up. We're just waiting. I've got the notifications on, waiting to see what they are going to update us with this craziness going on. I don't know what they're going to say. Time will tell in 20 minutes. And if they're late, 25, 30 minutes. It's a wild, wild case. But I'm hoping and praying that they have positive news. The ransom note that we read a couple days ago alluded to Thursday, today being at some sort of a timeline cutoff, and Monday as well. So I'm hoping and praying that they're going to authenticate this, that they've made communications with the kidnappers, if this is legitimate, and we get some sort of update to that, hopefully in 20 minutes here.
Painful emotion. What is behind this, do you think, in concert with law enforcement?
Well, it's showing that there's an urgency, a sense of urgency, because she doesn't have her meds with her. So they're trying to, if this is a case of a kidnapping, and a lot of things I'm a little nutty when it comes to the whys, like why that night, why that day she was abducted. And it might be because of the fact that someone knew she was home alone. They could happen any other time, but why that night? Why that Saturday night into Sunday? That's things that stick in my head. So where you're seeing these videos and you're hearing what she's saying, she's trying to lay information to those who may have abducted her. Maybe they didn't know she had medication. And I guarantee you, they've been watching. If there is someone who is an abducted, they've been watching these pressers as these pressers go on and go through it. So now you're having a personal plea to take, if you have my mom, take care of her and get her home. So that's where you're seeing this. And that's what you're feeling on the audio. I tend to take videos. When I see videos, I break it down to what do I see and what do I hear. So I have to take the volume off and then listen to the volume to see the continuity, the congruity between the emotion and the speaking. You know, the son is very stoic. That's expected because, again, military, you have that stoic thing. The sister is a little, you know, she's, again, I don't know her, and that's why investigators have to really talk to these people to gain some sense and feeling about how they are with their mom. And you know, this is where you start seeing the eyes moving over to the companion or whoever, a boyfriend, whatever it is. The reason why you do that is nobody is above suspicion. Nobody's above the fact that they could be involved. Even you could feel Samantha, because then you can actually rule her out to some extent because she wasn't there. But the other sister, and they went to dinner that night. Then the next morning, she's gone. And as I say, in my crazy mind to me, why that night? Why Saturday night to Sunday morning? Because they know she's home alone. So this is the thing. Was she being observed at the time? Were there people around? Was somebody having her under observation? Or was this an opportunity for someone to do something? Because a ransom note, and we've seen notes left before cases, why did it take so long to get a note out there? If this was such a planned event, why was there not a note or something left behind before all of this came into play where they just had a person missing?
So, David, I've followed you the whole way through, but just tell me, like, your bottom line with this train of thought that you have.
I just wonder, I just look at everything and like, there's no information. They took the Ring camera. I don't know what videos they have. They apparently have not enough videos. Have you triangulated the phone section? Look at cell towers between those 12 hours. This takes time. You know, her cell phone was left at the scene. Her medication was left in the scene. If I'm the detective or the investigator, we try to figure out what the medication is and then try local pharmacies. If anyone picked up medication like that or asked for medication like that during a certain time frame. You're thinking all these things because there's a lot of speculation. You don't know what happened. She is missing. She needs meds. We've never spoken about how she gets to church every day. Who is the one? Does she drive to church by herself? Do we know her routine? Because the person who abducted her had to know some sort of her routine. Or was it a spontaneous event where they knew she was home alone and they did something? And that's where you have to look. And it's horrible. You look at finances, you look at bank records, you look at everything that, you know, I don't know what this family has. We know Samantha has money because obviously she works in major networks, but everything is laid to bear. And that's why investigators do what they do. But the problem is there's not enough people to do all the work they have to do because the technology that may be there has to be looked at first. And that's the benefit of the FBI because the FBI has more available technology, more available ability to exploit intel than local police. Because for us to do a triangulation takes time. With the FBI, it may not have taken so much time to get a cell site location and do a geolocation because cell phones are on everybody. And if this person or persons have their cell phone on during the time of this incident. So they're all looking at these things. It just takes time. But unfortunately, when you're dealing with an elderly person with a medical condition, time is being lost right now because they don't know where she is. And nothing has come of this yet.
You know, I'm just thinking to myself, first we had Nick Reiner, that horrible tragedy. And literally a month and a half later, whatever it is, we've got another celebrity in the spotlight. And there was talk with Ashley Banfield that it was family. I'm starting to believe that it's not that because of what we're seeing here, but Ashley has tremendous sources. Now, someone did say that her body language, and I'm no body language expert, Dr. G, you definitely want to look at this tonight, but someone's saying she's leaning closer to her brother, away from her sister. I can't read into that. I have to believe that it's maybe something more sinister. We simply don't know. But then you got to ask the question, who is going to go? I mean, it's public knowledge that Savannah Guthrie is making about $8 million a year and has a net worth of about $40 million. But look, there are people in Miami with bodyguards who have a million times that, who are walking around, bodyguard or not, and haven't been targeted. So why Savannah? This person's saying Annie knows something. Look at her breathing compared. I just don't have enough background. I don't want to even speculate on that, but it's out there. So I think it's got to be part of the discussion. But I think we also have to give her the benefit of the doubt. This is the worst moment in this woman's life right here. I mean, look at her. Some people would say the brother's showing no emotion, but this guy's an Air Force pilot. They're trained to be. If you think these law enforcement guys are calm, cool, and collected, when you're an Air Force pilot, it's I think, a next level. So I think we have to give the family the benefit of the doubt until there's reason not to give them the benefit of the doubt. Sandy has a question here. Do you think tonight's search of the residence was in relation to a potential ransom note to corroborate information in that note to search again? It seemed a little too coincidental. Troy, I'll have you take a shot at that question. I had a different question. I'll come back to you with the other one.
Yeah, I mean, that's an excellent point. It very well could be. They just want to go over and say that, maybe there's something that they missed, or maybe they can't see it in their pictures, or they would have taken, video of the scene. But again, to the point we talked about earlier, is if you had held the scene, then, you could just obviously have full control. And then, yeah, that's something they're going to have to take a look at. And it very well means that there's something in that house that they missed. But usually when you find the person and or whether they be alive or deceased, that kind of, you need to go back to the original place where they were taken from, they're abducted, to either corroborate or, so to me, that's why the importance of holding the scene. So.
I absolutely, as a news guy, I hate cliches, like a mother's worst nightmare. Absolutely hate them. And you always hear, this looks like the scene out of a movie. But this literally, I mean, this is arguably, America's sweetheart as the Today Show anchor. And now we're talking about a possible, I mean, they're literally on video talking about a ransom. I mean, you couldn't write a movie script, literally could not write a movie script with this level of drama and intrigue that has captivated the entire nation.
Hope
So
you
it
make me
literally
laugh.
is straight out of a movie. And I think people feel like they know Savannah. I feel like I know her. I've not met her. I know a lot of people that do know her, but she just seems so vulnerable in that video. The COE said, she looks like she's just so exhausted, but this is your mother who is missing. So it is just literally incomprehensible. I'll put this back up, but I want to put this comment up. Jeff Weninger, I mean, you started to talk about it, but bottom line, and I don't want to undermine the family because that emotion is real, but do you think this was done at the behest of law enforcement? Is this a police tactic?
Well, I mean, to the extent that they would have to approve it, yes. I mean, I would be shocked if the family to do what they just did would be quite difficult, I would think. And absent some information that they're receiving from the investigators that would lead them to believe that there would be a benefit of doing this, I can't see them wanting to do it. So to the extent that they have to be approved by the law enforcement entity investigating, and I think there must have been some predetermined benefit that they were hoping to achieve. As in regards to this, the home, prior to getting on the show here tonight, I was listening to the news, and just because this ransom letter and all that stuff is at the forefront of everybody's talk, they're still receiving all kinds of tips and things that are unrelated to the ransom letter that they're going to be following up on. So it perhaps could be a result of some other information that they received that took them back to that home. And there was some indication that a neighbor perhaps may have reported a trespasser on the property today, and they may have been checking into that.
I'm going to get into that. There are reports that there was a trespasser in this area and that another elderly neighbor had a run-in with that person, and they've got to be chasing that lead down. But David Sarney, someone says in this video that if you look.
Thank you to Hope, who sent us that reporting. I didn't want to go run with it. Ashley Banfield ran with it, and then even drilled down even deeper than I could with her connections with the sister's car. So can you imagine being Savannah Guthrie here? Can you imagine the rolling up to take your family with all her family here? No, I can't. And I can't imagine them doing this and pleading, and then she's holding her sister's hand and leaning towards her brother and showing her support by holding her sister's hand, and they're looking at the boyfriend more than the sister, apparently, rumored, allegedly, the partner of her sister. And I just, maybe it's not her directly they're looking at, rather her partner, right? And so she could be completely in shock. It's true, Hope. And then Savannah knowing that it wouldn't involve her sister, or believing it wouldn't involve her sister, and maybe exactly, right? Exactly. It could be. We really don't know. We're always here speculating until we know for sure. I've got the notification on. We're waiting for the presser. Let's just continue to watch this for a few more minutes. We've got 10 minutes until the presser. In about 5 minutes, 6 minutes, I'll push it to the presser shot. And we'll wait and make sure we don't miss the presser. I'm very curious to see, given everything that's happened since last night here. But so many mediums say a male and a female. I know, honey. I know. Crazy.
Closely, and I can't quite tell, but Savannah is holding Annie's hand. This definitely takes some oomph away from the Ashley Banfield reporting. But again, someone said it much better than me in a super chat, which is I think we all need to reserve judgment on this family and stop throwing the sister and her husband or partner under the bus until some more information comes out just because one well-known reporter. And I'm not saying she's wrong or right. I'm just saying this is a family that is suffering right now, literally suffering. Look at, the emotion coming out of Savannah Guthrie's, face is just almost just too much to bear. But David Sarney, let's go back to some of the words here. So she says, we too have heard about a ransom. And then she says, this is Savannah, we are ready to talk. We live in a world where voices and images are easily manipulated. So we need to hear from you. Please reach out. And then ends with your God's precious daughter. Even in this valley, he's with you. Interestingly, Tucson is literally and figuratively a valley tonight for this woman. But David Sarney, we are ready to talk. Images are easily manipulated, so we need to hear from you. I mean, to me, why are you saying this if law enforcement doesn't think that she's actually being held, beyond her will?
Well, it comes back to the same thing. It seems to be an abduction because she left on her. She did not leave on her own volition. So that's why someone has her. That's what they're trying. That's what they're still going on. As far as a ransom note is concerned, and this goes back to the thing. Since this is just a high profile case, you're going to get things coming in that are inaccurate. They're not part of the case. You'll have people getting involved, copycat information and things like that. So it does take a lot to separate the wheat from the chaff in a sense. But you still have to look at both sides. We had a lead book. Anytime a call would come in for a case, we had some, we'd write it down in the lead book and we'd send people out on that lead. And there's probably hundreds and hundreds of leads coming in, plus information coming in. She's looking at the fact that could there be misinformation out there? Yes. And we're willing to talk because you can disguise your voice. But it all comes back to the same thing. Why did it take so long for a ransom note to at least appear? And why is it still within 4 days? They're still not really sure what's going on. Again, you don't leave any stone unturned, and no one is above suspicion. I hate to say it. You have to realize that. As a detective, as an investigator, we can be emotional, but we separate emotions from the facts. We need the totality of circumstances in these cases. And I say it all the time. We get painted a picture based on all the information we have available. And right now, is there a trespasser they're looking at? How many people were involved in this? Could have been one, could have been two, could have been three. These are things you're looking at. The crime scene has been tainted. It was tainted pretty much at the time when the family went to the house to look for her. And that's okay. You can explain that. The second issue is now the second time to the house. And then they start doing another search again. That location should have been shut down until you found her. That's what it comes down to, because that is the spot where we know she was last at. And we don't know what's there. And where the things could be, I always look at when you talk about things that are missing or things that are lost, we look at things, we have to go back. Now you look back at it again. It doesn't look good if you're trying to find this person, because that house from top to bottom had to be tossed. We call it search, everything. 3, 4, 5 days hold that house, 7 days hold that house, because that's the only place that she was last at.
Yeah. Jeff Weninger, since Ashley opened sort of this Pandora's box, and again, I don't want to criticize her because she's doing her job and she had sources, and I don't want to criticize the family. So you're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place.
And I mean, listen, not one news person has come out and said they don't believe Ashley Banfield. Remember when Brian Enton came out with the plea deal, like Brian Koberger was going to make a plea deal, and he held on to it for a couple of days, and people were like, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Well, he was right. There's a few people in this industry that you don't question because their 38 years stands behind them. And Ashley Banfield's one of them. And there's not one single person that I've seen that's come out and questioned her reporting. And she doubled down on it, as we saw earlier this morning. I believe in her reporting. I believe in her. I adore her. She's one of the most highly respected in true crime. And she proved us this morning again. When they were telling us they didn't have a suspect, they were already, in several cases, following that suspect. They already had their eyes on a suspect, and yet telling publicly, we don't have a suspect. And that's not uncommon, and they have to do that. It has been said Ashley and Savannah are close from work, and she would never do anything to mess this up either. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's absolutely, or Nancy. Exactly. Exactly. So it's, and look at, we know statistically, the chances are that it's a random stranger are next to nil in comparison to somebody with some inside tangential, a sibling, a brother, a sister, a wife of a cleaning lady, a maid, a healthcare worker, a lawn care worker, a pool person, infestation, pest control people. There's so many people that would be coming and going that could, have inside knowledge, if you will. And then, of course, there's always family. Family always has to be ruled out. And in this case, they didn't just rule them out. They didn't just rule them out. They came back a couple of days later and removed another vehicle. So that's interesting and a little bit unique here too.
But Sarnie just said it. You can be emotional, and my heart absolutely is broken for this family. But you also have to consider, be suspicious of everyone. So just for a moment, I mean, hypothetically speaking, if this person was involved, this woman, Annie's either partner or husband, I would assume Savannah would have gone to her. Law enforcement would have gone to her. She knows her sister. She would have, emotionally shaken her down. The sister is here. It just seems so odd to me. And then you cap it off with this video now where they're talking about ransom. In what world could this woman's partner or husband have Savannah's mother and her own sister's mother and then simultaneously be asking for ransom? My question is, how in the world could it be this woman's husband or partner?
Well, it's just like many things in life. Oftentimes, two things can be true, and especially when you're conducting an investigation, you have to look at every piece of evidence and take it seriously until you've flushed everything out and determined that that's not a direction that we're going to viably be able to go in, because that's not where the evidence is taking us. So, there may be some things that pointed to that particular individual, and the information that was given out, although unauthorized, may have been accurate relative to the interest that they were having in this particular individual. But with further investigation, you then therefore may pivot to something else because you find it not to be a credible direction to be going in. So, that's the reality of it. And really, when you're talking about these sorts of things, I mean, think about it. If you were a family member and you were guilty, what's the first thing you'd do to try to get everybody off your track? Send in the ransom note, make it look like somebody else's, request for ransom. So, those are all kinds of things you just need to be considering at the end of the day. I mean, once that ransom note went in, and if we were actually looking as law enforcement at this particular member within the family, boy, I'd be doing all kinds of, data searches and so on and so forth, getting search warrants to try to see, or, voluntarily getting information from these people to try to determine, whether their devices or IP addresses or anything was being used. Relative to that. So it's, and you can't take it personally because ultimately, if they've got nothing to hide, then they want to be, exonerated of any wrongdoing and be eliminated as a potential suspect. So, but you do have to follow these protocols and be very curious and ask the next question and peel back the onion. That's what we do.
Yeah. And listen, in no way, I'm not bashing Ashley, and I'm not playing both sides here. Ashley got information that she believed to be, very accurate, and it very well could come to fruition. So no one should be bashing Ashley, but I also think we have to give the family the benefit of the doubt, like I said, until there's reason not to give them the benefit of the doubt, because otherwise, law enforcement can. I think law enforcement has to. That's their job. But I don't think that publicly people should be bashing the sister who is more.
So Joel's pretty firm on that. Welcome in, Linda. Nice to see you. Let's just go to see the presser if that's up. But interesting that, the last thing we hear here, that we're not done that video. So if we need to go back, if the presser's on delay, we'll go back. But the interesting thing is, just because we're just showing the presser, people are waiting, they're waiting, their countdown's been on and waiting. Just because, they're doing the press release as a family and speaking directly to the potential kidnappers does not mean that she's still not a suspect. So that's a very, hello again, Linda. It's nice to see you. Very interesting take, right? Very interesting take. Okay, let's hopefully they go live on time. I was looking for the local link, but I've got a couple of links up. Let me just look if I can find another one. Yeah. Watching live here as officials give the update on Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. So we're waiting for the presser. Everybody's waiting for this presser to start. Let me just see if I can find another one that might be a little bit more exciting. Guys, get this. Whoever, hey, Stuart, has her is not going to expose themselves to achieve a ransom. That would be stupid. Hey, Stuart, are you surprised of this over this involvement since yesterday? I'm just waiting for the presser to start. I'm just trying to find an update on this presser. Court TV, YouTube. Let's see if they've got, no, we're still waiting, everybody. We're still waiting. I'm doing all the YouTubey things. Here we go. This is Criminally Obsessed. She's got cold news up where we can see them. I don't want to play her live. Let me just get chat. AI is just absolutely useless. Cold press link. Yeah, Stuart, are you surprised? You surprised that this is actually last time you were here? We weren't sure yesterday as we left. If I just said I think if there's a ransom, it's coming out today, which is what my spidey sense were saying. But to actually have it come out last night was shocking, beyond shocking, beyond really. Okay, let's see. No, I'm still looking for the right link, for the love of God. I'm just going to see if this brings us to a better live. I don't want to play another channels live. But until we get...
We had, Dr. Laura and I had a really great conversation, or she gave me great information about blood analysis at the scene, really taking a look at that blood that they found on the front porch. There's so many things that are bothering me about that. I don't know how you feel about it. One of the things that I keep on thinking about is that there were no tracks through the blood. Somebody made that point in our comments after our show last night, that if somebody had been hurt or carried or, like this, like carrying somebody, why weren't they making footprints in that blood? That really bothered me. How much blood was in the house and at the door? We don't know on the inside. See, that's one of those things that it's gonna be a lot for us to have to wait and see sort of what they tell us,
I'm
right?
trying to find a
That's
live
inside the
link.
crime scene. And, you know, one thing that I've heard over and over again is these cases can be made or they can fall apart in the first 24 hours of an investigation. And when I say that, I mean, not necessarily that we don't find Nancy Guthrie or that we don't, you know, we don't get to a prosecution of whoever would be involved in something this heinous, but that if the investigation is somehow or the evidence is destroyed or there are issues with the way it's handled and that chain of custody of certain things, then that can get very, very bad, right? That's when you can start losing, you can already be losing your case against whoever you want to prosecute for this. So that is why I have huge respect for the law enforcement to try and keep it under wraps to some degree. So we'll see how cagey they are today, to be honest. Yeah.
Okay, everybody.
There has
I'm
been a lot of
trying to
criticism
find
about
the link for the
ransom
live.
note and how it was released out into the media. But I think that I thought that the local stations, from what I've seen, have done a really good job in the Tucson area. I mean, they had these ransom notes and they kept their mouth shut as far as some of the details. And I think that is going to help us. We have not heard 100% how they're handling this ransom note. And I didn't feel like that ransom note, for what it was addressed exactly by Savannah and her siblings in that plea that she made, that amazing video that she released on socials last night. I didn't feel like that. What do you think? Like, I felt like it kind of you could put two and two together with that, but at the same time, you didn't know if there was other stuff coming in. And one thing that me and my producers
Doing good, Stuart. Nice to see you. Thanks, Donna. Appreciate you. I don't know why it's so hard to get
a live shot right there on the left of the podium in Pima County. It's being set up. They're doing sound tests. They're getting ready. It was scheduled to start around 1 o'clock. These things normally take a little bit. So just repeating that for anyone who's just now joining us on Facebook and YouTube. They are going to start here, hopefully momentarily, but they are just getting set up.
Yeah, seeing some questions about the car that was in the garage.
Mhm.
Again, there was some new footage that came out because police did end up going back to the residence, setting up a crime scene tape there, and then ending up leaving some footage of that garage door opening and shutting. Questions like, what was her routine? We know that the reason that they knew something was off is because she didn't go to church. People having questions about, does she drive herself to church? What was that like? We don't have answers to things like those, but certainly questions about that situation and this other factors we can expect to be brought forward in this press conference here if they do a little bit of a Q&A. And again, we are waiting. 1 p.m. Eastern was when this was scheduled, and so this is not a, I don't want to say it's not surprising, but it's really not, because every press conference thus far here for the specific story has started a little bit later.
Where is
And, you can
JB?
see right now they're not, but just moments ago the press were setting up microphones.
Where is happened to JB on WFLA? I haven't seen him in a while. I haven't followed WFLA in a while. Did he disappear?
phones there. So shortly, I'm sure, anytime now, we should be hearing from Sheriff Chris Nanos and potentially a member of the FBI.
Yeah, we're just taking a live look here, and yeah, look, I get it. I get a lot of people online. I can actually see it right now as our chats are coming in. There's a lot of frustration that one, this hasn't started yet, and one, that we don't have a lot more information to talk about. You know, that's something that is going to hopefully be addressed today. On Tuesday, I think a lot of people left that press conference. We covered that press conference here live, and we had a lot of people who were complaining online that there was a lack of detail, right, that was being shared.
Well, yeah, and you know, I want to bring up, we're getting a lot of these in the chat right now. People asking for good news, but also notably any news at all. Right. And that is part of this story is how little, I think, has felt like it's come out of the Pima County Sheriff's Department directly. We've had things like conversations around ransom note. We don't know if any of those are legitimate because we haven't heard anything from Pima County about those notes specifically. In the last press conference they had there was conversations about, is there blood inside the house? They were asked about those reports. Sheriff Nano saying, we're not saying that there's blood in or outside the house. And then within about an hour, a reporter goes up, takes the video, and so there was blood. That's something that, again, we discovered outside of what the Sheriff's Department was telling us as well.
Yeah, it absolutely looks like hope, like it's somewhat sophisticated, but not super sophisticated, right? These alleged kidnappers.
So again, we're hoping, and so are many people, to receive some new news, maybe some clarity from the Sheriff's Department here.
Right. And I see, again, online, Casey on Facebook saying that maybe there's a last minute update the sheriff was receiving before going on air. It's possible. We won't know that, obviously, until he pops up. But yeah, it normally takes a minute for these types of press conferences to get started. They're almost never on time. And again, a big part of that is because they're preparing. They don't want to say the wrong thing. It's obviously a very sensitive case. And, you know, I don't want to keep repeating that there's been a bunch of eyes on it, but
I don't think she went by herself, Marie.
How global that this story has become.
No, I don't think she went by herself. I think that's the point. Hey, DJ, nice to see you're back, honey. I don't think she went by herself. I think she went, I think her son-in-law took her and daughter and brought her home. He reportedly brought her home after they went to dinner, after they were all at a church together. So I don't think she went by herself.
And it truly did shift into, I mean, this is not just a national story. I think you hit the nail on the head. It is now global because you've got a major U.S. anchor reporter who was slated to go be one of the big faces over at the Olympics. And now she is not doing that because of this story. And so, you know, Pima County didn't expect to have a story like this to happen, right? And you don't know how many times people have spoken to the press in this sort of way. Right. And so inherently they're going to be a little bit more cautious.
That's sad to hear.
With anything here, because again, the priority is getting Nancy home safe. And
I mean, that's sad to hear. I mean, I trust you, obviously, but that's sad to hear because, you know, people are commenting, retired detectives and whatnot. We've been here streaming for 3 hours and 15 minutes. Yeah, I heard she drives too still. We could see her car in the driveway earlier. That they thought that the FBI would have helped craft this to a certain extent. Yeah, Sunday mornings. Yeah, it's true. But we don't know if, yeah, it's true. But I mean, my dad was driving. I mean, we had to remove his license from him. That wasn't good. But yeah. Okay.
Just this. Let me see. Oh, you know what? The banner is going to cover it up. So I'm just going to come back here. You can see here that where the
hard to say, Marie. Yeah.
That where you see the houses, you can see how much space is really in between all of those different areas. So
we're going to show this.
You know, it is not a.
We're going to show this and then we're going to leave it. We're going to end it for today. I'm going to be babysitting my grandson tomorrow. I was supposed to be doing that yesterday, which is why I wasn't sure I'd be live. So I'm going to do a couple of videos pre-recorded for tomorrow. I might go live tomorrow night. He might sleep over. I don't really know. So do all the YouTube things. And thank you to everybody who's been here with me and just coming in to watch this with us. Let's hope and pray for good news. Do you think it's legit, Stuart? Do you think it's a legit ransom note? Or do you think this is just some stupid person trying to interject themselves into the case?
A witness that you might have in a crowded neighborhood. So that becomes a bit of a problem as well. I just wanted to show that for everybody as well.
Yeah, that's right. And we're getting a lot of questions here. And again, there are questions about things like, we talked about this a couple days ago, but it's still an important factor of the story. We know Nancy required medication that she needed to take every 24 hours or else results could be fatal. And we are now 5 days from when this story started. And so, there are definite questions that everybody has, including the family. Is she okay? Did she have access to that medication somehow? It sounded like they found that medication when they went to the house. And so if they did have access to that, it would be, it wouldn't be from the house, so to speak. And so lots of questions.
They had said, I mean, the reason that they even began investigating this as a crime was because, there was not a sign that this was just Nancy Guthrie leaving the home. Her cell phone, her wallet, obviously her medication were all left behind.
Another thing that came up here, and I'm seeing it, and again, hashtag Josh, hashtag Garrett, to allow us to see your question sooner. There are certain questions about, who is or isn't a suspect. And we need to be very clear on this. The sheriff's office does not have any announced suspects at this time. Any report, we're probably not going to touch on that unless it comes from the sheriff's office today at this press conference. And maybe that does happen. But any names that have been floated or anything like that have not been official. In fact, they've been denied in a roundabout way with the Pima County Sheriff's Department coming out and saying, we still don't have any suspects. And so, that's certainly one thing we want to keep in mind here when looking at this story. And again, it is part of just the process is when you have a story this large going
No
on
worries,
this long,
honey.
you're going
See
to
you in a
have
bit.
more
If we're
questions
not
and
here,
answers.
we're not
And so making
here.
sure that we give credence to the answers when we get them and have a little bit of patience with law enforcement in getting some of those
Here we go.
answers.
We're going.
I think is important, both
No.
for the safety of Nancy and for the safety of everybody involved in the family specifically. And again, there's that shot of that camera mount that we mentioned earlier, empty, presumably because the camera went there and the camera is no longer there. So we read through some of these chats here. Again, that's a live look from the Pima County Sheriff's Office now.
Okay, honey.
We were
No
expecting
worries, honey.
to hear from them at 1 p.m. It's now a little bit past.
We're about 17 minutes past the time when we were expecting to see.
It started late yesterday or the day before too.
Brought up was whether or not a doctor would be getting updates from pacemaker if it was still working. I mean, these are all they're good questions.
Right.
We don't have answers to at this point.
Yeah, there were reports that the last time the pacemaker pinged to the cell phone, which a lot of them are Bluetooth connected nowadays, was sometime overnight. I think it was like 2 a.m. on Sunday. It's part of the case. It's unfortunately that's the last that we really have heard from that. And
regarding that angle, yeah.
Exactly. I see comments that the pacemaker had been disconnected. It's certainly possible. Normally how they work when they're Bluetooth enabled is once you get within a certain distance away from it, they just stop working. They stop.
Think about it. If you get AirPods on, right? It's a very
Yeah.
similar technology. You walk too far from your phone, you can't hear the music. It's very, very similar.
We've been waiting here. They were supposed to start 17 minutes ago, so we're waiting.
Okay, there's some movement in the sheriff's office there. It looks like.
So it looks like
there he is.
Chris Nanos walking to the podium.
All right, let's take this full real quick.
Oh, I expected to see. I was wrong. I thought we'd see Kash Patel there because Trump said he was sending out the FBI. Kash Patel.
Moment, sorry.
Good morning. I hope you've been kind of informed of the rules. I'm going to try to get as many, if not all of you, an opportunity to ask a question. But last time we tried this, it was kind of chaotic, people yelling. So I'd ask that you just kind of be patient with me. Pay attention to the questions asked, because sometimes you guys want to ask the same question twice and you're going to get the same answer. So help yourself, get what you can out of this. I'm going to give you one question and a follow-up, okay? But before we get there, I do have some comments. First of all, I want to begin by offering our condolences
Uh-oh.
to our partners at the state Department of Public Safety's tragically lost 2 members last night in a helicopter crash up
Oh,
in
no.
Arizona. So keep them in your prayers.
Oh, no.
Colonel Glover and his team, I'm sure, would greatly appreciate it. Along the same lines, I think you all saw last night, I'm trying to speak up, not yell. Apparently I talk soft.
It's as loud as I can go, Donna.
We saw last night the family, they just hurt, understandably so. And so I really want you to know this entire team here, those behind me, and our community are hurting with you. We really just want Mom back, okay? Right now, we believe Nancy is still out there. We want her home. Our department, the sheriff's department, along with all of our partners at the FBI, have been working around the clock. And we just want her home and get and find a way to get to the bottom of all of this, just as you do. But I have other partners out there who have stepped up, and you've probably noticed them in the last few days, if not the last few hours, and you're going to see more of that. I made a decision to contact our PCRIT team, and those of you not local, that's our Pima Regional Critical Incident Team. It's made up of law enforcement officers from this entire valley. Pasquayaki Police Department, Tucson Police Department, Marana Police Department, Oro Valley Police Department, Pima College Police Department, Tucson International Police Department, Sarita Police Department. There's so many of them, and they are going to help us tremendously. And that's really done because we have so much in front of us still, and we're hoping that, you know, I know the FBI has committed a very large number of men and women to partner with us, work side by side with us. We go do an interview, they're going to be there with us. We're going to go look at some evidence or process evidence, they're going to be right there with us. We're sharing every piece of information, all the data we can to get this thing solved. And it's important that my partners in law enforcement know and understand their roles, because it is very large, complex investigation with a lot of moving parts. And we're at that phase now where sometimes we're waiting, right? We're waiting for analysis. We're waiting for lab reports. But even then, when they come back quickly, for example, some DNA, we rushed what we thought was the best target for DNA. We did a rush through and got some of that back. The results were minimal. I think you all know the blood on the porch. That was one we did. It came back to Nancy. That's what we know. But there's still more items that have been submitted. We just haven't got them back yet. But in the meantime, we're not just sitting on our haunches waiting. We do have a number of leads coming in, and that's why we brought in the FBI for one, but PCRIT as well, to be able to get out there and handle these leads as they come in as quickly and as expeditiously as we can. And every single lead is looked at, every one of them. And so we're gearing up. You probably have some questions about what you've seen in the last couple of days. I'll gladly answer those at that time. But it really is about getting our partners out there. To be fair, when we went to that scene the first night, Saturday night, it was just us. Since then,
Saturday night. Did he just say something wrong? It wasn't reported till Sunday morning.
the FBI and others have asked, can we go and see it as well? And that's what you've been seeing. But it is a very important case to not just me and my team, but this entire community, all of our law enforcement partners. Suspects. I know there's been a lot out there about suspects, and I want to be very clear. At this time, we have not identified a suspect or a person of interest in this case. We are working our best to do that. But to be clear, we have nobody of interest or any suspects that you would consider a prime suspect. We're just not there. We're not there yet. The timeline, I think we've got it on the board, do we not? This is a timeline that we have been able to develop with some of the things that we've had processed. Various pieces of electronics that we've gathered. And you look at some of this, and I know you're going to say, well, why did it take you so long to get this to us, Sheriff? Well, because one thing, it's got to go out and be processed at different lab sites. And sometimes that stuff comes back to us. And like you, we have questions. And we say, wait a minute, what is this about? What about this? Could it be that? And so it's sent back or it's sent somewhere else. So, and that's happening with all of the things we see, that process, that review, and that questioning of, all right, what is it we're looking at? So I'll go over it with you. You can see it on the board there, but at about 5:32 p.m., these are approximate times. 5:32 p.m., Nancy travels to her local family's home for dinner and playing games with the family, just visiting. At 9:48 p.m., which is very consistent to what we were told by the family, that Nancy was dropped off at home. And we know that because we have a garage door open at approximately, I can't stress that enough, at approximately 9:48 p.m. At 9.
Can't stress what enough. Approximately. Such a curious, his language is so curious and confusing.
50 p.m., that garage door closes. Because that time we assume that Nancy's home and probably going to bed. Sunday morning, early morning at 1:47 a.m., the doorbell camera disconnects. At 2:12 a.m., software detects a person on a camera, but there's no video available. They had no subscription, and therefore it would rewrite itself. It just kind of loops, right? It covers up. That's what our analysis teams have told us. We're not done with that. We'll do all we can, but that's what it says. So that detects a person on camera. Could that be an animal? I imagine it's possible. We don't know that. We just have no video, but we're not giving up on that. 2:28, Nancy's pacemaker app shows that it was a disconnect from the phone. And at 11:56 a.m., the family checks on Nancy, discovers her missing, and at 12:03 p.m., 911 is called in to the Pima County Sheriff's Department.
Okay, what's the time frame between the two?
Approximately 10 minutes later, 12 minutes later, our patrol teams arrive. They see the scene, and we start our response.
Let me just respond. I just want to rewind for a second.
2:28, Nancy's pacemaker app shows that it was a disconnect from the phone. And at 11:56 a.m.,
11:56.
on Nancy, discovers her missing, and at 12:03,
11:56.
911 is called in.
Okay, so that has been misreported. That's 7 minutes after they arrive. They call 911. That was grossly misrepresented in the reporting. There was no delay. There was no 7 minutes is not a delay.
10 minutes later, 12 minutes later, our patrol teams arrive. They see the scene, and we start our response with our search and rescue teams and our detectives from homicide and various units. In fact, every unit here, I think somebody questions, how come there's an ICAC member out here or this member? Everybody in our criminal investigations team is a part of this team and part of this investigative effort. I think with that, let me make sure. I want to clarify some things that I may have already done, but yeah, I've gone over with the blood at the front door, the doorbell camera. It was removed. We know that, but we're not confirming that any cameras were smashed or destroyed around the house.
Okay.
I don't know where that came from, but that's something we're not confirming.
Okay.
The car that was at the home, it's just standard investigative practices. It's part of the search warrant scene, court orders. We pull it out of there and do our scene processing with the vehicle. Uber. We did speak to a driver because Nancy, we learned, had been taken the Uber to the family residence, the daughter, for dinner. And we located that driver and spoke with them and got that information. The house. You guys got this, I think, conducting follow-up. I think you said somebody had mentioned that they saw a team out there again last night or yesterday, and that's just, again, what I was talking about before. Our partners wanted a chance to see it and examine things themselves, and more importantly, it's just we're constantly following up on things and go, hey, what about this? So we want to go back and check on some things. Right? Oh, here's the other thing. Someone had mentioned there was forced entry. I have no clue where that comes from. We have been very consistent. We are not discussing that at all, whether it's forced entry or not forced entry. That is something we're just not discussing. So I don't know where anybody got that information.
I don't know where anybody got that information, not where anybody came up with that. He's not experienced in this, and you can tell. And I'm not trying to be critical. I just don't think that Tucson gets very many kidnappings of 84-year-olds.
I am about done with my piece of this. I'm going to bring up here Heath Yankee, and I think you know him if you haven't been here.
It is
I'm the
curious, Hope.
assistant agent in charge of
It is
the
curious.
Tucson office. Heath Yankee is the
But she
special
might have been
agent in charge of the
super
state of Arizona.
young of age and very fit and with it and incredibly independent. We just don't know.
Phoenix, and he will come up.
But yeah, it's interesting.
Thank you, Sheriff. Hello, I'm Heath Yankee, the special agent in charge of the FBI's Phoenix Division. First, I want to let the Guthrie family know that our hearts are heavy for them. After seeing your message last night, it is clear that you and your family are in pain. Please know that we are doing everything to bring your mother home. The FBI is now working this case jointly with the Pima County Sheriff's Department. And we're going to start today by announcing a $50,000 reward
Oh, there we go.
information leading to the recovery of Nancy Guthrie and or the arrest and conviction of anyone involved in her disappearance. And this will be the missing persons with the reward that will be going out. The FBI has agents, analysts, and professional staff employees working day and night with our partners at the Sheriff's Department. We have deployed additional intelligence and agents from our Phoenix office. We have brought in our critical incident response group from Quantico, Virginia. Members from our cellular analysis survey team are here, and they continue to collect and process digital information. We are actively reviewing and analyzing information from all digital sources, which includes banks, social media companies, phone companies, and any other organizations where a digital footprint could have been captured. All this information provides data points and helps put the picture together. And we will be in the community continuing to conduct a thorough investigation with our partners. You heard about us out there last night. We will be back out there today. I would ask the media, give our investigators the space to do their jobs while they're out there. Next, regarding the ransom letter. We are aware of a ransom letter that was sent to the local media and then to national outlets. As with every lead, we are taking it seriously. We are in communication with the family. And while we advise and recommend from a law enforcement perspective, any action taken on any ransom is ultimately decided by the family. Thank you to those in the community that have called in tips. For anyone out there that may have information, no matter how small you think it may be, please report it. You can do so by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI or online at tips.fbi.gov. My next message is to those imposters who are trying to take advantage and profit from this situation. We will investigate and ensure you are held accountable for your actions.
Well, there it is. There it is. Boom, boom, boom. There it is. They don't believe in the authenticity of this ransom note. And it sounds like Savannah and the family decided to go forward with it despite FBI not believing in its authenticity. He's saying it right now.
We have made one arrest related to an imposter ransom demand, and a complaint will be presented to a magistrate judge later today. You will get more on that from the FBI and our U.S. Attorney's Office here in Arizona when it becomes available. To anyone that may be involved, do the right thing. This is an 84-year-old grandma. This is an 84-year-old grandma that needs vital medication for her well-being. You still have the time to do the right thing before this becomes a much worse scenario for you. Please return Nancy home. Thank you.
Okay, so the first person we're going to start with the list is going to be NBC National, Liz Price. Right here. Can you walk us through that timeline from when you believe, if you look at this here, from 147 to 228, what you think happened there, and what particular software would have detected somebody on camera?
I don't. I know we know the software that was there. But I'm not. Sorry, I'm just not in the weeds. I know that. Think of your doorbell cameras. Somebody walks up. My wife's. If I walk up, she gets an alert, and it's usually something like that. A person's detected.
So to understand them, one, does that mean that it was about a 45-minute span that the suspect or suspects would have been on the property? And then also, does this essentially mean that you cooperated with the tech companies and you can officially say that no surveillance video was available?
We know that the tech company that we sent that camera off to, yes, they've said they've run out of ways to recover any video.
Oh my God. Oh my God. No.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Was what 45 minutes? Yeah, I think those times speak for themselves, and it is about, like I say, those are approximates. So yes. I'm sorry. Who was next? Did you say?
Hi, Jeff. Thanks very much. Is there information that you are purposefully withholding because of the active investigation that might be leading you in a particular direction?
You know, this is no different than any criminal investigation that we conduct here. Law enforcement has conducted investigations since 1865 here in Pima County. We're always mindful of what it is that's in front of us and what we should release and can release. There's legal guidelines that guide us, but there's also strategy too. So, I'll leave that for you to determine.
Now that you are having such an injection of manpower from the Pima critical incident team and the FBI, we could slow to bring that in at the outset. Should all of these resources be brought to bear sooner?
I guess that it's Monday morning quarterbacking. I do it all the time, so you have the opportunity to do it for me. I'll take that hit.
CBS News, Jonathan Vigliotti.
Sheriff over here, has there been any proof of life, and has there been any sign of life?
I'm going to anything to deal with the ransom notes and that I would defer to the FBI, but no, to my knowledge, we're still looking for Nancy.
And for my follow-up question, if I can speak with the special agent, what was it about this apparent ransom note that now 3 days on, you first haven't been able to validate, and second, it warranted informing the Guthries of its existence?
So the ransom note that was sent out there, obviously every lead in this case, we are taking extremely serious.
But not
Given
everyone is presented to the family. Why this one?
because this was the ransom that came in and it had facts associated with a deadline, with a monetary value they were asking for. So at that point,
What were some of those facts, if you can, because there's been a lot of speculation, as you know, if you could set the record straight.
yeah, the ransom itself, one talked about an Apple Watch and one talked about a floodlight. We're not going to go into specifics. It's very important that we keep this investigation moving forward, and we don't want to put more facts out there that others then can use to try to profit from this.
CNN next, Ed Lavandera.
Hey, Agent, I want to follow up with you real quick on that. There have been, as far as we know, I think 3 ransom notes so far, 1 arrest. Are they all different? Do you think there's different authors behind all of them, or?
So the one that went to the media is the one we were currently investigating and working on. The imposter that I talked about, where an arrest was made early this morning, that there would be more information. We believe there's no evidence to connect this to Nancy's case. It was someone that was trying to profit from it, a total imposter.
And Sheriff,
I know, let's just go back there.
hey, Agent, I want to follow up with you real quick on that. There have been, as far as we know, I think 3 ransom notes so far, 1 arrest. Are they
3 arrests, or 1 arrest, 3 ransom notes. What's different?
all of them, or?
Are they all different?
So the one that went to the media is the one we were currently investigating and working on. The imposter that I talked about, where an arrest was made early this morning, that there would be more information. We believe there's no evidence to connect this to Nancy's case. It was someone that was trying to profit from it.
Okay, so now we're getting more clarity. So we don't know. So one's an imposter, the one that was sent to TMZ, they're working with, but that's all he's saying. So
A total imposter.
And Sheriff, you started off the press conference by saying you believe that Nancy is still out there. Do you have reason to believe that she's still out there alive, or are you fearful of the worst case scenario here, that she won't be found alive?
Well, I'm certainly fearful of that. I think we all are. But it is we operate from a position that until we know she's out there, she's alive, and we're going to continue thinking that way until we find her.
Fox Digital, Mike Reese.
Yeah, sir. Mike Orwell, Fox Digital. Sheriff, you said you've identified no suspects. Have you ruled out anyone she was with on Saturday night?
We've talked to so many. I'm sure that my investigators have feelings about this one's clear or this one isn't. But no, I wouldn't say anybody's ruled out yet, because what if I rule you out and then later I learn something else? No.
So my follow-up, you mentioned that you don't know where the reporting of a forced entry came from. Do we know how whoever did this got into her house?
That I would not discuss with you anyway.
Fox News, Paul Morrow.
Question for Agent Edwards, if I may. Agent Edwards, will the Bureau be submitting the DNA for an investigative genealogical investigation, maybe getting a relative, somebody if you want?
I would say the DNA aspect of this case is being handled by the Pima County Sheriff's Department right now. However, should we get to that point, yes, that would be an option for the FBI to assist.
follow up, does the ransom note that you're working establish any communication protocols?
No, it does not. And that is what I think is important, that if someone has Nancy and is demanding ransom, that there is communication with the family. We talked about has been no proof of life, and there was no other demands within that letter. So they're still waiting for communication.
ABC affiliate Ashley Holden. When you say the doorbell camera was disconnected, do you believe that camera was taken?
We do not have it in our possession. We've not located it.
The camera.
I know that we've been hearing a lot about ransom notes. We were also hearing that video that was put out by the Guthrie, so was not a focus special for FBI for yourself. But the challenges of seeing an image and knowing that it's real. Could one of you address that? Has the family received correspondence and images, videos?
So we're not going to go into facts regarding this part of the investigation. I think part of that message was with AI these days, you can make videos that appear to be very real. So we can't just take a video and trust that that is a proof of life these days because of the advancements in AI and trying to actually get a proof of life that we can verify. But we're not going to go into anything the family may or may not have received.
Okay, well, Catherine Patterson. So in regards to a timeline on that ransom note, is that being an impact in your investigation? Are we nearing that timeline?
I'm sorry, one more time.
So in regards to the timeline in the ransom note, are we nearing that timeline? And is that playing a part in the investigation?
We're not going to go again into specifics of that part of the investigation with the ransom note, other than what we've put out there. We've been transparent. We're talking about we are working that ransom demand, but we don't want to go anything further than that could impact any opportunities. So thank you.
Is there any additional physical evidence at the crime scene other than the technology that you guys are using for this timeline? Is there anything else helping you guys other than really the technology?
Well, I think I said on day one is that it's technology that's going to really help us solve this case. But no, I mean, we did do a process of that scene for biological evidence, so we're still hopeful that maybe something will show up there as well.
Arizona Republic, Richard Relas.
Great, Yogi. We saw on the scene, I believe it was you, taking a tripod into the home of the sister. How involved was the FBI, if at all, in creating the video? Any advice to the family?
I would say we use our expertise and provide consultation and advice anytime a family would ask for our advice in a kidnapping. It's ultimately the family's decision of what they put out and any messages they put out. But we were, obviously, you're all documenting every move we make. We were there last night in talking with the family. But every decision is theirs.
Right, that was a tripod and a ring light. Sure. You said the blood was found on the porch and on the front stoop. Just wanted to verify that.
I say porch, front stoop. It's all in that same general area by the front door. Front door, yes.
What, given her medical condition and the fact that it was her blood, as you say, what would her medical condition do with her recovery if she indeed bled out or was bleeding when she left the house?
Well, again, I've got to be careful for HIPAA, but I would say this. We know she is in need of medication, daily medication. And we also know that this is day 4 or 5 and still we don't know that she's getting her medication. That could in itself prove fatal.
You know, that'll be that question. For KGUN News, we have Craig Smith or Athena.
Craig?
KGUN, Athena.
Oh, okay.
Have you been in communication with anyone who you believe could be the kidnapper?
You know, it goes back to what we talked about. Nobody's eliminated, but we just really don't have enough to say, this is our suspect, this is our guy, we know, or our gal. We just don't know that. And it's really kind of reckless to report that someone is a suspect when they could very well be a victim. It just...
He's mad at Ashley Banfield here. It's really clear. And that's okay. She's a reporter. And it also doesn't mean that what she said is not true.
I bring to you, to the media, I plead with you to be careful of what it is we put out there, because we don't have anybody here listed as a suspect. And you could actually be doing some damage to the case, but you can do some damage to that individual too. Social media is kind of an ugly world sometimes.
And how far out have you expanded your search?
You know, I would tell you this, look, nothing's off the table. If we get a lead that there's somebody, hey, you've got this over here, or we're going, and that will expand and expand. I think the FBI, with their billboards, they're now planning to put those up at every state around here, at all of our neighboring states. So yeah, we use you, the national media, the FBI with their national outreach, to affect that for us. But as far as the actual investigation, naturally the scene is the primary, and we just keep spreading it out as we get more and more leads.
Court TV, Cody Thomas.
Yes.
Actually, my question is for Agent Yonke. You know, we saw Savannah Guthrie and her sibling family put out that video last night on Instagram addressing, you know, the tragedy that this is, but also addressing the ransom letter saying they're ready to talk. My question is, did the FBI or any other agency help them craft that message to put out on social media?
You already answered that. Pay attention. You wasted your question.
When it comes to kidnappings, and when families want advice, consultation, expertise.
They said they got one question, they got a list, and he blew his question. He wasn't paying attention. They've already answered this. So annoying. So annoying.
That out rests with the family itself.
Duh.
As far as suspects, I know we haven't identified one, but what type of suspect or suspects do we think we're dealing with here?
At this time, like the sheriff has said, there is no primary suspect identified, so it could run the gamut. So.
KPNX, Troy Hayden.
Are you actively investigating the son-in-law in this case? I know there were reports earlier this week, and you refuted that. You said you haven't eliminated everybody. Have you eliminated him or come close to it, or are you actively looking at him?
We're actively looking at everybody we come across in this case. Everybody. We would be irresponsible if we didn't talk to everybody. The Uber driver, the gardener, the pool person, whoever, everybody. It's so cliche, but everybody's still a suspect in our eyes. That's just how we look at things and think as cops. Does that mean we have a prime suspect? No, and the family's been very cooperative. They've done everything we've asked of them, and we want that relationship to continue. And sometimes people can be mean out there, and that can really harm us and harm our efforts.
Did you find blood anywhere else in the home besides the porch?
The only DNA evidence we got back is on the porch. We prioritize things and we rush things, and those items we put out to a lab to rush it. And even then it's 2, 3, 4 days. The other items could take 10 days, 20 days, but we saw the importance of that blood. It came back to Nancy.
So it was only there, it wasn't anywhere else in the house?
I don't know that. We processed the house for biological evidence, and we've not gotten anything back.
Okay, so there might have been other blood inside the house if you're reading between the tea leaves, but they can't confirm it's Nancy's yet.
Max, Sarah Williamson.
Hi there. My question is just piggybacking off our colleagues here about how far this search has gone. When it comes to doorbell cameras, you say technology plays a critical role in this. Have you been actively going off in the neighbors and businesses and collecting those doorbell cameras? And is there anything that has come up there? How far is that?
I can't tell you whether things have come up or not, but we have door to door. I think we're still doing door to door, not just in that.
Thank you.
neighborhood, but
Thank
other
you, Stuart. Have a good day.
Just
Have a
as
good
leads
day.
Come in and take us somewhere. We're going to do those things.
Okay, and just to follow up as well in regards to the video that was released by Nancy Guthrie's children last night, just to clarify, that was not coordinated with any law enforcement beforehand, and that you haven't seen that video before it was released.
The FBI is handling all things with the ransom.
I think the answer was yes, we were there. The media was there. We can help coordinate, provide that consultation, but that is the family's decision of what they film and what they put out.
Mm-hmm. Makes me sound like they weren't too sure that they should go ahead with that information. My baby's army, we'll just recap here. Stuart says not really any information, but he did confirm and update us on a few things, which we'll give you here quickly when this is done.
Following up on that video that was released yesterday, it said, ultimately any further action is decided on by the family. Since then, have they expressed any more interest and more efforts to try and get in contact with who is behind the ransom letter? And do you have a crisis or any sort of hostage negotiator with your team for that type of situation if it goes wrong?
So the two parts of that question of, I think it's pretty clear, the family wants to be contacted. They know time is of the essence. And if those that may have Nancy are watching this, the family is ready to talk, get proof of life, because there has been no contact after that ransom note went to the media. For your second question, yes, we have crisis negotiators. That is part of our team here locally, along with the personnel we brought in from Quantico, and they will be part of it, but we're not going to go beyond that of any specifics.
Now, taking down the crime perimeter after Monday's investigation and really opening access to that property to everyone else, was that something you would do differently looking back, knowing that federal authorities also conducted a search yesterday? Would you have kept that perimeter up?
You know, Monday morning quarterback, I probably would have, but I'll say this.
Monday morning quarterback.
We got what we thought was complete. My team did that. I have to have all the faith and trust in their abilities and their skills, and I think they went through that pretty well. But because another agency now steps in and wants to assist, we're just like we do, we're an open book.
Oh my God, that was good.
One of the things people don't see, I heard your question about, and we left, and then others.
Okay, Monday morning quarterback.
When we process a scene and we're done, we return that scene to the,
oh,
in this case, the homeowners, the family. We don't just go march back in there. We call the family again and get permissions to go back to the home. So yeah, there's again, Monday morning quarterback. Absolutely, I probably held off on that. We knew that the FBI. We worked with them before.
Sorry, I love the ballsiness of his comment to the reporter.
Particularly the forensic analysis we use in a number of things. But we, at the start of this thing, we weren't sure what we had. And as the day progressed, we realized that there could be more to this. And we started in that. Remember, it was a search and rescue mission the first few hours. And we transitioned that over to a criminal investigation. With that, brought in our partners from the FBI and others.
Univision, Claudia Ramos. Univision, Claudia Ramos.
I was actually going to ask about that. We saw the message yesterday.
Are you next?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Following up on that, we saw the message from the president yesterday. Have you personally received any communication from him?
No, and I wouldn't expect that. He too is a busy man, right? And I would say this: we thank him for him opening up his entire law enforcement team, as was put out yesterday, and we know, I know my local reporters here know we've always worked well with all of our partners in law enforcement. Maybe it's something unique to Southern Arizona, and the rest of the country doesn't see that, but this isn't new for us. We've done this. Gabby Giffords, I headed up that investigation many years ago, and we worked side by side. Could not have got things done if we weren't with the FBI on that.
And just the other question, this being a border state, have you guys had any communication with Mexican authorities?
I have not. I work closely with the Mexican consulate as other consulates, being the sheriff, but no, I've not.
They don't really think she's that far, in other words.
My question is, do you know, it's a two-part question, do you know what medication Nancy uses? And have you checked with local pharmacies and pharmacies around the state where they bought or save this medication to keep her alive, keep her healthy while we still work with her?
So we do know what medications, and we have contacted pharmacies. Probably need to go back to just make sure that they didn't. Maybe we contacted them early on. I know that night, Sunday night, Saturday night, Sunday morning. I know we were doing all the hospital checks, and that check was continuous every hour, going back out and physically in person. Deputies were going to each local area hospital and asking them to check their logs.
My second question here is, I know you're looking for her in Pima County. Are you looking for her across the state now? And so, if there's a particular area that you're focusing on right now?
Well, we're looking for her everywhere, right? The FBI just made an arrest on a tip that we got that we thought there could be something here. There's it's statewide. The billboards are going to be out there across the country. We take leads from everywhere, and where those leads take us, we'll get there.
And as now, Alex Tabet?
Agent Yankee, do you have any reason to believe that Nancy Guthrie may be being held outside of the country? Is that something that you ruled out at this point? We don't have any of that information. We haven't ruled anything out. Like the sheriff said, we will follow the facts wherever they take us, whether it is outside of the state of Arizona or over the border. We will follow the facts and go there. But we have no indication anything over the Mexican border. And you mentioned on the ransom note there were details about the Apple Watch and the floodlight. Yep. The ransom notes that were sent out to TMZ, AGUN, and KOLD. Are they all the same ransom note? Do they contain the same details in each of those individual ransom notes? The ones that I am tracking and aware of were the same that went to TMZ also.
News Nation, Brian Enton.
Yes.
When did the first ransom note arrive? And the reason I ask is because the Apple Watch has been in the news and on social media, and you can see like floodlights on video. So was it before those things were out in the world?
I don't have the specific time frame as I sit here today of what time it came in, but that you are right. Anyone could see a floodlight hanging down, could have seen some of those things. The watch has been talked about, so that timing is tricky, but that's why we're taking it serious no matter what and following the leads on that. But I don't have the time frame that the first note came in as I sit here today. Thank you.
And my follow-up is for the sheriff. In the house, were there any signs that someone tried to clean up or maybe destroy evidence?
I can't talk about the crime scene, so I'll give you another shot, another question.
My other question is, I heard the agents say that it was a joint investigation now. At the other press conference, the FBI said they were assisting. Is it joint now? I mean, are both agencies in charge now?
Look, there's no ego here. We in this part of the country, we'll take anybody's help. It's not about it's not about who's in charge. From day one, when we contacted the FBI, they were that gracious to say whatever you need. And so that's really it. And they're great partners, just as my other local law enforcement.
He's not saying no, he's not in charge anymore. Or yes, he's not in charge anymore.
I haven't had to call anybody. They've called me. Sheriff, what do you need?
Arizona's family, Brianna Whitney.
Sure. I know you had the crime scene process. You said you were back out there. Your partners wanted to see it, but you guys were actively taking out evidence yesterday. Was there something you missed the first time, or did you get a new piece of information that led you to believe you needed to go back out and take more that first day?
You know, I know that we get information that will come, and this is just any crime scene that we're looking at. We may go out to a crime scene and think we've got it all, go analyze the evidence, and something comes back and says, hey, did you check this? We're not going to just say, oops, and not go. Absolutely. In this instance, it really was the FBI just wanted to go, hey, can we take a look at it? And, you know, I'll let the courts worry about that. We will certainly be open to the courts of anything that's been removed from that house, and we follow the rules of laws. We get court orders and go back and reapply for another warrant if need be. All of those things we're very careful of.
Arizona Public Media, Lynn Boyd.
Ellen Boyd over here. In that news release yesterday, there was a report of a trespasser. Has the Guthrie family dealt with any incidents, threats, whether it's trespassing, social media threats, anything like that?
I am not aware of any of that. I know that we, as with any case, again, we would look at all of the background of calls to those families or their residents and see if there's anything there, or even in that neighborhood. Those things have been looked at. I don't know of anything that was reported in even the last 30 days or 60. Nobody's come to me and said.
Wow, that's a bombshell. That's a really good question. Yeah, DJ, no worries. I saw your email. So no, he's not substantiating. I was going to recap real fast to my baby's army. He's not substantiating. He said, I don't know where it came from. The back camera was not destroyed, but the front camera was removed. There's other DNA evidence he's alluded to that has not come back to confirm Nancy Guthrie's inside the house, but there is some testing still out and waiting to come back when it was asked about DNA evidence and blood inside the house. But they prioritized, because the front porch blood, and that has confirmed and to be validating Nancy's blood. He also said they took the car as a matter of, from the sister, as any good investigation, they would take the family and look into all the family. They made an arrest this morning for some bogus kidnapper ransom note, but that is not related to the one that went out that they referenced and are referring to, that the family put out last night, that they helped facilitate that statement, but the family ultimately decides whether they want to go public with that. And it seems like they may not have advised them to do that, but they're taking it very seriously. Did I miss anything else? They did a timeline of events. There was statements that the family was there. I think it was 7 minutes by the time they got there. She took an Uber to her daughter's house the night before, and the son-in-law drove her back home. He didn't say that, but he does not deny that. And she got back home. The garage registered her arriving back at 9:48, and just a few minutes later, they presume the garage closed. 2 minutes later, she's in her home, and her Apple Watch stops disconnecting at 2:20 something a.m. But they do have a time, like 45 minutes or so before the camera was removed. So they've narrowed down the timeline. So if you really want to go back and see the more specifics, go back, honey. But I think I got most of it, other than what you've been here for.
Hey, next door you had a burglary. I don't have them.
Yes, Director Patel is being briefed several times a day on this investigation back in DC. He does have a trip scheduled to Tucson that was pre-scheduled before this, but he is receiving consistent and constant updates from our team here. He is not coming today.
Oh, he didn't come today. Interesting.
You may have had a follow-up question, but
I thought he would.
overstepped you. So if you wanted to ask, I'll give you that opportunity. Thank you, sir. Absolutely.
At what point do you deem the ransom note not credible if there is no communication that follows up as you received it? What's that timeline where you say no proof of life, there's
No worries, honey.
I think we start to look at what the deadlines were in the note. First, I think it was 5 o'clock today, and then it had a second deadline after.
Monday,
So we
yeah.
are continuing in a normal kidnapping case. There would be contact by now, trying to discuss that. But those are the timeframes we are looking at as we move forward. I don't have that with me right now.
It was given Monday.
Yes, my question
actually is for there was a report that said the ransom came from an email that the FBI was actually looking into the IP address.
Nothing that I can release. Thank you.
And then also, there's also conflicting reports about who was the last person to actually see Nancy and drive her home. We know she took an Uber to Annie's house, but can you confirm whether it was Annie or her son-in-law Tom also who took her home that night?
I think the timeline that the sheriff provided was a family member, but
Just family. We're going to go with family.
Family. Okay. We don't want to highlight the partner of the sister here because we don't want anybody accusing him of anything.
Yeah, you're talking about the challenges we face in some of being in a rural area like this. Those are challenges we face all the time. We'd love it to have all the cameras in what we would consider a more urban nature type area. But once you get out into the community, that's not the only part of Tucson that is that way. And we just find ways to overcome those challenges. We don't just disregard it. We still look at ways to find for example, ring cameras that might catch just a piece of something. It goes by, it doesn't catch the whole car. Those kinds of things. We don't give up. We still go out. I can't. We have cameras all over, and those things are being reviewed.
Gosh, I hope this is done soon. We've been here 4 hours. Thank you, everybody, for sticking around. New York Times.
We don't know that. We don't know which camera that was. When we did the
Oh, yeah.
told us that the person was detected.
A person was detected inside the home on the camera, My Baby's Army, after the camera was removed, but they have confirmed that they cannot glean more from that, that it was on a loop. They didn't have a subscription. So it was like a camera, but it wasn't like a subscription where they would keep the feed. So it was looped over. And so they cannot confirm more than the person was seen briefly inside the home. It's devastating. Oh, yeah.
Your guess is as good as mine. I would say absolutely there's a possibility that this is nothing to do with the kidnapping. But we cover all angles. We're not going to dismiss something until we actually know for a fact that it's one way or the other.
People Magazine, that Danielle Walker?
So I want to know a little more clarity to follow up on his. Is there anything more you can say? Was this actually targeted or not?
That's why we have the.
You're welcome, honey. You're welcome.
It may have been a target. Maybe it is a kidnapping. But no, we don't have anything to rule that out or to say it is.
And as far as the ransom notes, there was a part in there about Bitcoin. Are you looking into that now, investigating?
Yes, that's part of the investigation.
Can you go and elaborate any further if you found anything or if there's any ties or any suspects tied to that Bitcoin?
There's not this time.
Associated Press, the Joe Golden there. Sure. Just a follow-up to
You're Joe?
I'm sorry.
You're Joe?
Golden there.
Oh, I thought you said Joe. Okay.
Just a follow-up to a prior question. You had said early in the investigation that authorities don't believe Nancy Guthrie was targeted. Why don't authorities think that Nancy Guthrie was targeted?
Who said that? Who said they didn't
You
think
said
so?
early in the investigation.
Boy, if I said I absolutely misspoke. I've never thought she was or wasn't targeted. We've always believed that is certainly a possibility. You'd be silly not to think that. If somebody disappears in the middle of the night out of their home, you can understand where I'm coming from. But no, if I said that, obviously I misspoke or maybe somebody misheard me, but I've never believed that she was or was not targeted.
Is there anything more specific you can say about what you believe the motive to be for this kidnapping at this time?
Motive's always going to be a question, and we'll know more as we go what that motive is. But right now, my guesswork is as good as yours.
And then we also have the final one will be from Katie right here. She's on one of the receipts.
Okay, so let's talk about that 5 p.m. You say 5 p.m. deadline today. Is that the deadline? I think that's where FBI is. Can you just give us some sound on that? Because that's a big deadline.
5 p.m. today.
And then what's supposed to happen after that?
So the ransom note that was distributed to the media did make a demand for 5 p.m. today. And if a transfer wasn't made, then I think a second demand was for next Monday. We're not gonna go beyond that, but that was the ransom note the media received.
Indicate what would happen if they didn't meet that.
She would die.
Thank you.
They said she'd die.
And then, sorry about that. Inside Edition, Jim Murray.
Special Agent Guthrie, given the fact that the FBI participated in the creation of this family video, does that suggest your belief that the author or authors of that ransom note, in fact, have Nancy?
Again, we're taking the ransom note serious, and we are following that part of the investigation.
And does the fact that there is a ransom note suggest to you that Nancy Guthrie was taken specifically because she's Savannah's mom?
There's nothing to indicate that.
Thank you guys so much for all of your questions. The sheriff does have just one more note about what happens next year, or what doesn't happen next.
Well, it's what happens for us is we're going to continue working. For you though, I hope this worked out well for you. But right now, I have no plans to schedule any further press conferences unless we have some real evidence or something to bring up to you.
Okay.
It's pretty pointless to just keep hounding the same things over and over. And as Special Agent in charge, Yankee said, please give us some space. And that's not just physical space. Give us some space, give my team some time, because these things do take time and they are difficult. And everybody out there is really working hard. And mistakes are going to be made. And if I made them, mea culpa, it won't be the first mistake I've ever made. But more important than me is we want Nancy back. That's the key. Okay. So thank you very much. And thank you for your concern in this.
Thank you. If you're looking for the
Okay, everybody. I mean, we did get some updates. It is heartbreaking. It is absolutely heartbreaking. I was hoping they would have more insight. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what time zone this letter ransom was, but I mean, if it's Eastern, they're 3 hours away from their deadline. And if they're not reaching out again, then they likely are, yeah, like this doesn't seem like legit, because by now, they would have reached back out to us. Could it be, if it is the family, the sister, the brother, again, who knows, right? Allegedly, just hypothetically. that was sent to kind of get the heat off them. You know what I mean? Like anything in this case is possible. So 5 days, and this is all we have. I know, but it was the same thing with the Tepe case. The Tepe case, excuse me, came out the same way, hot, and we were 2 weeks. Like we were a good week into it, and we were the same thing. Oh my God, this is not looking good. They're not going to get them. Oh my God. And then all of a sudden arrests. So, you know, they could be way closer than we know of. So, you know, prayers for Nancy. I'm going to leave us with the song that Donna played, and we'll play that and say some prayers for Nancy on the way out. I'm going to be busy tomorrow in the day. I'm going to do 1 or 2 pre-recorded videos. And I might be here tomorrow night live, depending on whether my grandson wants to stay visit for an overnight or not. They're very homebodied these days. So we'll see. So just click on your notifications. And on the way out, let's say some prayers for Nancy. And Donna, thank you for creating this song at 3 o'clock in the morning this morning. We appreciate you for that too. And to all the mods, everybody, thank them for being here, sticking through this 4-hour live stream, and all of you beautiful souls who are here with us. I appreciate all of you. Let's say some prayers on the way out.
There's a Bible on the table, worn smooth by her hands, with promises of mercy from the glory of his lands. She'd start every morning with a whisper and a prayer, and casting every burden and every single care. She's the one who taught us how to stand upon the rock, to listen for the shepherd, and to keep watch for the flock.
But the darkness brought a silence that we never could have planned, when a shadow crossed the threshold and took her by the hand. Taken in the middle of the night, while the world was fast asleep, now we're walking through the valley, and the mountain's far too steep.
The door was left behind her, and the stars began to cry. Where did Nancy go? Underneath the midnight sky. She'd say, praise the Lord for the sunshine and the rain, finding beauty in the joy and the strength inside the pain. Now we're leaning on the verses that she hid inside our hearts, walking through the shadows until the morning light starts. Oh, we're looking for our mother, our grandma, and our friend, with a faith that's like a river flowing round the bend. She'd spend her life praising, giving glory to his name, and the fire of her spirit is a never dying flame. We need every pair of eyes, every soul to join the plea, to bring her back to where her heart is meant to be. Bring Nancy home.
If you see her out there walking, she might be humming low a hymn about a Savior who won't ever let her go.
A daughter of the King, now she's caught within the mist, but the power of her Savior is a strength that will persist. Where did Nancy go? From the safety of her bed, we're following the path where the Holy Spirit led. The Lord is her shepherd, she shall not want for grace. We're looking for the light that reflects his holy face. Though she was taken in the dark, the light is gonna shine to lead her back to family, to the safety of the line. Don't you dare give up. Don't you ever lose the spark. Her God is moving mountains, even in the dark. We're looking for our mother, our grandma, and our friend, with a faith that's like a river flowing around the bend. She spent her life praising, giving glory to his name, and the fire of her spirit is a never-dying flame. We need every pair of eyes, every soul to join the plea, to bring her back to where her heart is meant to be. Bring Nancy home. Where did Nancy go? Out into the midnight, out into the cold. But the shepherd's got his staff, and he's bringing back the fold. Praise him in the morning, praise him in the way. We're coming to find you, Nancy. It's never too late. Bring Nancy home.
Thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow. Love and light.